Mayor, may we call the meeting to order?
Yes, ma'am.
Welcome to the City Commission of the City of Brownsville pursuant to Chapter 551, Title 5 of the Texas Government Code. The Texas Open Meetings Notice is hereby given that the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, in accordance with Article 5, Section 12 of the Charter of said city, will convene at a regular meeting on January 6, 2026 at 5 p.m. here in the Commission Chambers located on the second floor of the Brownsville City Hall. Old Federal Building located at 1001 East Elizabeth Street, Brownsville, Cameron County, Texas, 78520. We will proceed with the roll call, starting with Mayor John Cowan,
Present.
Commissioner Pedro Cardenas, Commissioner Gustavo De Leon, Commissioner Narent Galonsky, Commissioner Tino Villara,
Present.
Commissioner Linda Macias,
Present.
Commissioner Brian Martinez.
Present.
We do have a quorum present to proceed. We will have the invocation that will be led by Pastor Carlos Navarro. And following, we will have the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and the state of Texas.
Please, someone ask you to please stand up. Mayor, Happy New Year. Commissioners, Happy New Year. As we look back, I think Brownsville did great last year. It looks like the best are yet to come. Let's go to the Lord in prayer. Father in heaven, we come to you today, the first meeting of the year. As we look back and we see what so many good things happen in our city, it looks like this has been the foundation has been laid for the good things are coming up for a beautiful city. What I hear, a good number of people want to come to Brownsville. What I hear, a good number of people want to come back to Brownsville. Our residents that left for some other cities. And this is so good. This is good to hear that. So I'm here to ask you for a blessing upon our mayor, our commissioners, our city officials elected, and all and every single one here today for a blessing of whatever is going to come. And I believe with all my heart that the best years of our city of Brownsville, they're yet to come. So thank you for being our God. And thank you for being with us and watching over us. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty, justice for all. I would take this flag, pledge allegiance to Texas, one state, under God.
Next, we have the proclamations. Item number 1 will be tabled to a future meeting or event. Moving on to item 2, is recognizing a Total Inn restaurant in its 65-year anniversary.
Congratulations. Mark. Recognizing Total Inn Restaurant as its 65th year anniversary. Whereas for more than 6 decades, Total Inn Restaurant has provided a welcoming environment for all residents and visitors alike, becoming a gathering place where generations of families and friends have shared meals, celebration, and memories. Whereas the Total Inn Restaurant was established on November 21st, 1960 by Fanny Bates and later sold in 1972 to Alex and Edna Perez. At this time, the restaurant consisted of 4 tables, and 11 bar stools. Whereas for 32 years, Edna R. Perez managed the restaurant with dedication, commitment, and hard work 7 days a week, with Alex F. Perez assisting with operations on weekends. Whereas Mark A. Perez became the owner and took over operations on January the 1st, 2005, committing to continuing the legacy, tradition, and hard work for serving the citizens of our great community of Brownsville, Texas. Over the years, Total Inn Restaurant has earned numerous local awards, including Best Breakfast Restaurant Best Flour Taco, Best Home Cooking, Best Mexican Restaurant, and Best Menudo in the Rio Grande Valley. Whereas the continued success and longevity of the Total Inn restaurant are a testament to the dedication, hard work, and commitment of its owners, employees, and supporters, whose service reflects the spirit of entrepreneurship and the community pride that strengthens the city of Brownsville. Total Inn has supported local charities and nonprofit organizations, for example, youth sports leagues, giving back to the community for the last 65 years. Whereas the 65th anniversary of the Total Inn restaurant marks a significant milestone deserving of recognition, celebrating its lasting contribution to the cultural, social, and economic life of Brownsville, and its enduring legacy as beloved community establishment. Now, therefore, we, the members of the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, by virtue of the authority vested by the charter of said city, do hereby recognize Total Inn Restaurant in the City of Brownsville and encourage all residents to celebrate its 65th anniversary and outstanding contributions, achievements, and service to our community. Done on this 6th day of January 2026. Thank you very much. Yep, there you go.
And Commissioner Cardenas is present.
Congratulations, Mark. Congratulations to you and your family. You can say some comments if you'd like to. We'd love to hear you speak. And just before you do so, I wanted to thank you, your family, your staff for the wonderful customer service that they provide at Total Inn. I have a 6-year-old and a 3-year-old, and when we ask them where do they want to go eat, out of all places, they say Total Inn. They can go to McDonald's, they can go to Burger King, and you know what? They say, we're gonna go to Total Inn. The restaurant's delicious, so it's their favorite restaurant, except that they call it the Little Cowboy because they have a kids menu and they have a little cowboy plate, which comes with pancake, bacon, and scrambled eggs. So congratulations to you and cheers to the next 65 years.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to thank the mayor and city commissioners for this proclamation, but on behalf of my parents, my dad's 89, my mom's 84, and they're just weren't in the best condition to come today. But my dad would have loved, if he could, he'd be here because everybody knows my dad. He loves to shake hands. But thank you very much. And we've been very fortunate over the years, thanks to a great staff. And my mom did a great job, and my dad helped out, on the weekends, like the proclamation says. And but our community has been great, has backed us up through thick and thin. And believe me, we've gone through thick and thin. Over the years, we've had 2 fires. We had 2 vehicles crash into our restaurant. And then went through COVID. And we continue with staff shortages, which I'm dealing with every day. But from the bottom of our heart, from my family, my wife, my 2 daughters, want to thank you and thank the community And we'd like to be here for a long, long time. I've already instructed my wife what to do if something happens to me one day. The Title Inn can never close. And my daughters are going to own the building and they're going to keep on running. Somebody's got to run it. I have great staff, but really I'd like to also mention my management, Melly, Melina has been with my restaurant for 20 years. And Mirna Vela, she's currently the manager right now. And Flor, and we've had cooks worked up to 32 years at our restaurant. We retired 2 cooks 3 years ago that worked for my family for more than 30 years at the Title Inn restaurant. So, and we have employees today that have been there for 13, 15, 16, and I love my employees and I have everything. I give thanks to them and to my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And go Brownsville. I'm very proud of my community. Everywhere I go, I tell everybody Brownsville's a very nice city. I want it to be safer every day. We want a safe city. I think safe city attracts people too. So I'm very grateful to live in this community. Thank you very much.
Next, we have the public comment period. Under section 2-26 states that that conversations between or amongst the audience members should be conducted outside the meeting room. Attendees should refrain from conversations while commission is in session. B, cell phones, that attendees must refrain from the operation and use of the cellular telephones, pagers, et cetera, or any of the mechanical devices that may disrupt the city commission's proceedings. C, that placards, banners, or signs are not to be permitted in the commission chambers or any other room in which the city commission conducts a meeting. Included in this prohibition are the various hats, caps, visors, and T-shirts, which may represent the sentiments as alluded to regarding the placards, banners, and/or signs. D, that exhibits, displays, and visual aids used in connection with the presentation to the city commission are permitted. E, only the city commission members and city staff may approach the dais. If a report, letter, et cetera, is to be presented to the city commission, it should be given to the city secretary or staff who will make the distribution. It is preferable that the item to be distributed be given to the city secretary prior to the meeting time. A copy of the item should be made available for the city secretary's official record. F, all comments shall be made to the mayor and the city commission as a whole and not to individual commission members. At this time, we did receive 3 that were pre-registered before the deadline, in which one will be moved to the public hearing for item number 5. So we will start with Yolanda Spees.
I think you've been in office long enough for us to see what you are made of or not made of. You folded like a deck of cards by eliminating our LGBT task force. You were complicit in allowing a moment of silence for a racist, misogynist, anti-Semitic bigot. You have taken forever to fix certain roads, even with having the means and a healthy revenue stream. Why not look into other options to keep our city afloat? Are you telling me that you don't or can't keep us afloat because you haven't saved any money and you are scared of the orange man with heart failure and dementia? If we're so desperate for money, or just desperate, period, why don't you show us how much you want to keep on serving us by refusing to take a salary? It isn't like you all don't have other revenue streams. On observation, you just showed us how spineless and worthless you really are. Thank you for giving us a reason not to re-elect you or support your behavior. I hope other people can wake up and see you're spineless, worthless, and not fit for re-election. I don't care how popular you think you are, even a blind person can see how worthless your public service has been. Your time is running out, and you still need to show us why we should vote for you. We haven't seen anything yet. You have a lot to prove and not very much time to prove it. You want our votes, then you better go ahead and put your nose to the grindstone and give us a reason to re-elect you. Do you want to get reelected? Show us why. You have way too much to show us and too much to prove to fight for your position. What are you going to do for us and for our votes? Because you've had time to do quite a bit and not enough.
Next, we have Diablo Velez.
My name is Diablo Velez. I'm going to repeat a comment. An old woman come here and ask you commissioners and you mayor for help. Her complaint was about the city mandate to purchase a recycling bin that she says she does not want it because she doesn't need it. She also complained about the city lack of proper communication with the elderly people that live alone and they don't have access to computer or to cell phones. She also complained about the city going into an agreement with the recycling company without the input of the public. And she was right on time because on that same night in the consent agenda, there was an item where the state was demanding that the city make some amendments on the city ordinance in relation to the open door meeting, which make this agreement with the recycling company illegal, anti-constitutional, because does not have the consent of the public. And then she make a remark. She did what Yolanda always do to you, commissioners, and to you, mayor. She finger pointing at you, commissioners, and to you, mayor. And she says that when you, mayor, and you, commissioners, were on the campaign trail, you went to her home, knocking on her door and asking her for her support and for her vote. However, she said that now that you are sitting in those chairs, you commissioners and you mayors are not doing anything to help the poor, to help the hungry, and to help the elderly people that live alone in their own homes. I ask you, what are you gonna do now? What is your idea to help these people? My idea is this: to give these people, elderly people, equal protection, to integrate them, to give the same right, to say the same benefit they give to the military, which can include not paying property taxes, not paying school taxes, tax credits, tax breaks, free this, free that. I ask you, and I remind you, commissioners, and to you, mayor, about your obligation to protect and to help the poor, the hungry, and the elderly people that live alone in their own homes. Don't allow that this goddamn recycling company become millionary on the shoulders of the poor and in the hungry. Never. Thank you very much.
Next, we have the city manager's update.
Mayor and Commission, we have
Sir.
three items.
I think there was somebody who had signed up, Rick Masso, for public comment. I think he came in a little late. He did call me and ask. Maybe after the deadline, did
Yeah,
you sign
I
up?
think
We do
maybe-
not have his name on the
Mm-mm.
list.
Is the ordinance one a public hearing?
Yes, he can
Yes.
speak at
So he
the
can speak
ordinance
there?
time.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Commission. We have three items I wanted to provide an update on. The first one, I'm going to let Assistant City Manager Salceda lead this discussion with his team. and it's regarding the response and update on the fire at the Palacio Real Apartments.
Good evening, Mayor and honorable commissioners. Happy New Year. So we've prepared an in-depth overview of the fire that took place at the Palacio Real Apartments on December 7th at about 11:08 in the morning. It was a Sunday morning. We will cover in that overview, the initial response, the aftermath, and we will highlight also the training, the equipment that you all have supported and made available to our first responders, to our fire department specifically, our emergency personnel, our ambulances, and everything that came together. And we will also speak of the coordinated effort and how our community came together, if you would, right? And what a great response that our community had as a whole, right? And being able to house and take care of all the individuals that had been affected by this fire, right? Which at one point were well over 50 individuals, right? So as a community as a whole, we had an excellent response to that. And with that, we'd like to give you an in-depth overview into what actually took place that day. So with that, Chief Sheldon.
Good evening, Mayor, Commission. Justice here. So tonight I want to walk you through the City of Brownsville's coordinated efforts in response to the Palacio Real apartment fire that occurred on December 7th, 2025. The briefing, it's not just about a fire, like Chief said, it's a story about the people, the preparedness, the partnerships, and the compassion that was showed. On the morning of December 7th, families woke up that Sunday morning expecting a normal Sunday. At 11:08 a.m., a 911 call was received by our dispatch center reporting a building fire at the Palacio Real Apartments located at 1165 East Wild Rose Lane. Fire and police units were dispatched within seconds. The first police units arrived within 2 minutes, and the first fire and EMS units arrived within 4 minutes. Upon arrival, crews encountered heavy flames and thick smoke venting from one of the apartment buildings. Fire involvement was already extended into the attic space, and wind conditions were pushing fire towards adjacent occupied structures. Firefighters and Brownsville police officers immediately initiated evacuations and conducted searches of both of the first and the second floor of the apartments. These actions were taken under extremely dangerous conditions. One resident sustained burn injuries and was transported for medical care. One firefighter was transported for evaluation, and 2 police officers were evaluated on the scene. As conditions worsened, our incident command on scene made the necessary decision to transition to a defensive strategy, which is protecting other structures from being consumed by fire. A second alarm, which is more units, were dispatched to ensure that we had firefighter safety and safety of the residents and everybody responding while maintaining aggressive fire containment operations. This is where the city's investment in modern fire apparatus made a critical difference. Both city ladder trucks were deployed using elevated master streams to attack the fire from above. These operations cooled the roofs and attic spaces and protected common areas between the buildings. As a result, the fire was contained to a single structure and brought under control in approximately 1 hour and 25 minutes. The incident represented a true unified response. Fire units led suppression and rescue operations. Medic units evaluated and treated residents and our responders. Police officers secured the scene, assisted with evacuations, managed traffic, provided perimeter control, and in total response included 15 fire units, 6 EMS units, and 36 police units. Ultimately, 27 households with 64 residents were displaced, including families with children and pets. 2 temporary shelters were activated to provide immediate support. Some of our modern equipment, like I said, both city ladder trucks were deployed. Because within minutes, dozens of firefighters lost their family. Why does this matter? From the very beginning, the city's response focused on the people first, protecting the life, preserving dignity, and stabilizing the families in crisis. Those are current photos of the fire being contained. We contained it to one building. Like I said, it was controlled within 1 hour and 25 minutes. On the fire investigation, following the fire suppression, the Brownsville Fire Department Fire Marshal's Office initiated the fire investigation. 2 fire investigators were initially assigned to the scene to conduct preliminary investigations during the active fire incident. Due to the size and the complexity of the incident and the investigation needed, regional investigative resources were requested to assist. These partners included the State of Texas Fire Marshal's Office, Cameron County Fire Marshal's Office, San Benito Fire Marshal's Office, who all work collaboratively through the South Texas Fire Arson Association. At this time, the preliminary findings and really what's been determined at this time, the area of origin has been identified as apartment 418 on the seaside wall, which is the rear side of the wall of the apartment. And you can see the damage there that made the investigation very challenging. The cause of the fire remains undetermined, as there are several theories and statements were reviewed during the investigation, but a definitive cause cannot be concluded to a specific ignition source. So right now I'm going to turn it over to kind of our shift from emergency response to how we went to recovery efforts. I'm going to pass it over to our emergency management, Renee Tavares here.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Like the Chief stated, once we were notified of the incident, the Office of Emergency Management led on-site assessments for displacement and residents' needs. We coordinated resources and served as a central partner contract for the incident. American Red Cross was communicated, was contacted, and they did help us on the initial for first responder support and also for resident assessment. The Ozone Center was also contacting to serve as temporary shelter for displaced residents. BARC also assisted us with 2 displaced pets from the incident. This coordinated approach allowed us to stabilize the situation quickly and prioritize resident safety and basic needs. As we transitioned from the immediate response to coordination, partner roles were clearly identified. United Way coordinated monetary donations and financial assistance. The Good Neighbor Settlement House centralized donation management. The Ozone Center remained available for our shelter needs. The American Red Cross was assisting with immediate medical needs and continued case management. BARC supported us as the 2 displaced pets still in their facility, and Brownsville PUB restored electricity to the facility there on site. To ensure we were aligned with support, we held daily coordination meetings with all our partners. We also hosted 2 in-person resident meetings for information sharing and assessments. This ensured residents understood available assistance and how to access it. We prevented duplication of services and gaps in assistance. We kept residents informed throughout the process. This coordination response was key and helped achieve that every displaced resident was contacted and assessed. Immediate needs were addressed quickly. Strong coordination with trusted nonprofit partners, and the smooth transition from the emergency response to long-term recovery. OEM completed direct case management on December 13 and transitioned over to our partners, Good Neighbor and United Way. They are now overseeing the case management. As you can see, there is 27 households that were displaced, 64 residents, 2 families required sheltering, and as of now, $68,885 have been in the funds that United Way has, which will be distributed to all the residents and connected for assistance. We will have continued oversight and coordination to ensure transparency, accountability, and we support residents through the recovery process.
So next, I think it's really important to discuss the prevention side of things. The Palacio Real apartments were built before our modern fire and building codes. The apartments were built to the standards of the time. Many layers we expect today were not required then. So after the recent apartment fire, like I said, we're grateful that there were no lives lost, and we're committed to reducing the chance of repeat. back 50 to 60 years, 50 to 60 years ago, when these apartments were built, like I said, there were many layers that were not in place at the time in those codes. Often fewer standards against ignition. At the time now, there's aging wire, limited protections, and less consistent early detection and notification, such as fire alarm systems. Plus, there were weaker fire smoke separation between the units and some of the concealed spaces. Our modern codes now designed to prevent tragedies by adding layers of protection. Those layers work together to reduce ignition risks and detect earlier and control growth with sprinkler systems and so forth. Better protection to escape routes for the citizens and giving residents more time to exit safely. More structured pathways to improve safety during repairs and renovation. Our current codes are adopted are basically all 2018 editions, which are several acronyms there, and I won't read out every single one, but it has to do with building codes, electrical codes, plumbing codes, fire codes, and so forth, and NFPA 7D. What modern codes add? So it's important for the city of Brownsville to retain and upgrade its codes at our rapid growth. The requirements don't assume that fire will never happen. They're built to help detect the early signs of ignition and allow residents to safely escape. They slow the spread and they protect exits and help support firefighter safety as well. So some of the modern codes that we commonly hear is the automatic sprinkler systems, which will help suppress the fire and control the growth. Smoke alarms, fire alarm systems, which is good for early detection. And then compartmentation between the units with fire-resistant rated walls. And then fire blocking and draft stopping, which would help create some separation in that common attic space, which commonly helps or assists in growing the fire faster. So with those separations, it can slow fire spread. And then ongoing safety for existing buildings. We want to make sure we keep the exits, doors, rated assemblies from degrading. Same thing with electrical. We want to reduce arcing, clear the pathways, and then the systems are only good if they're maintained. So sprinkler alarms must stay operational. Some of the failures that we see is sometimes building owners over time will shut their systems off. And those make those completely non-operational. So we want to the real risk reduction for families and firefighters through these modern codes. So like I said, some of these older structures are built before the modern codes. They lack the fire-resistant construction. They spread faster than in newer buildings, and modern codes reduce the loss of displacement. The International Fire Code itself establishes minimum fire safety standards, and these are from lessons learned and past incidents that happen nationwide. And that's why we try to adopt the most modern codes here. So why the IFC codes are important: newer International Fire Code editions strengthen life safety requirements, expands sprinkler provisions for multi-family occupancies such as this one, improve fire alarm and detection system standards, and enhance our firefighter safety access, water supply, and then our operational safety. So the incident reinforced several key lessons. Early coordination saves lives. Modern fire apparatus protects neighborhoods. Strong partnerships accelerate our recovery. And continued investment in fire protection, updated building codes is critical for a growing city like Brownsville. In closing, this incident tested both our systems and our values of our city. The city of Brownsville responded with courage, coordination, and compassion. And what stood out the most was the response from our citizens here in Brownsville, our neighbors, our faith-based groups, our local businesses, volunteers. Everybody came together immediately. Meals were delivered, clothing and essential, items were donated, and there were countless offers for assistance that just poured in. This compassion provided comfort, dignity, and reassurance during a time of loss and uncertainty. I think it's also important to stress how important our capital improvement projects are in supporting some of these equipment acquisitions for fire equipment and any other needs. They're not just one-offs. These are very strategic purchased equipments. And also our public-private partnerships, such as our Engine 8, which was on scene that day, that was donated by Next Decade Rio Grande LNG. So all those investments that the city is making, the decisions you all make to purchase these pieces of apparatus are crucial in our ability to respond and keep our community safe. So, like I said, we're continuing to prepare for future incidents and we hope nothing happens, but our commitment remains clear. It's to protect our residents, support those in need, and continue building a safer, more resilient Brownsville. Any questions?
No questions. Just as always, thank you all for your excellent work in the community and for continuing to really demonstrate what this community is about and the resilience it has. Thank you all from my office. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our fire chief, police chief, as well as our firefighters that were on standby there, supervising, to all our community members that joined in together and donated clothes to the Austin Center, the Good Neighbor Settlement, at the apartment complex as well. We even had Mark Hodgson donate a huge container for the Good Neighbor to ensure that we put all of the clothing there for the residents. To Odie and her incredible team. They did so much. I saw firsthand the incredible work that they do and how quickly they turn around and have a great response team. And to all the restaurants that donated their food throughout this time, you are greatly appreciated. I always tell, when people ask me where I'm from and I say Bronzeville, I always love to showcase that we have an amazing community. And that when something like this happens, we all bring in a brick to help us rebuild our home again. And so that's something that you can't have anywhere. It happens organically and it comes from the heart. So I can say that Bronzeville has a lot of heart. And it comes by all of us showing up for one another. So thank you from the bottom of my heart to everyone. And may God continue to bless you all. And all the good that you do, may the good Lord multiply it by 2.
And I want to thank Mayor and Commissioners. I know a lot of you called that evening or were on scene as well. So thank you for being there and supporting the community and supporting our personnel.
Thank you, Chief, and thank you to all the first responders and our emergency management team and their community partners. I think it's emblematic of our one city philosophy, and we all came together in time of crisis, right? And very thankful to everyone that participated. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Commission. The reason why I wanted to showcase this as part of a city manager update is a lot of times we're asked, what do my taxes go for? This is exactly what your taxes go for. And so we thank our taxpayers for funding our personnel, the training they had, the equipment. Having a second ladder truck made the difference between only one building being burned and maybe 2 or 3 or all 4 buildings going down. So thank you for your leadership, for your policymaking, thank you to the taxpayers for investing in us to make sure we have the safest community possible. This is definitely a tragedy, but it could have been much worse. And as the chief said, we have lessons learned, and we'll take those and continue to make Brownsville safer and a better community to live in. So thank you for your patience with this item. The next item we have is the 2025 Community Impact with United Way of Southern Cameron County, the City of Brownsville partnership, and we have Wendy Hansen to talk to about.
Heidi Kong. So much. Good evening, Mayor Cowan and City Commissioners. Thank you so much for allowing me a moment on tonight's agenda. I'm here to recognize the outstanding participation and generosity shown through our recent United Way campaign. For those of you who are not familiar with United Way, we are currently partnered with 14 other local organizations, local nonprofits in our area. So just to give you a visual, here are the partner agencies. And if you'd like to take a picture, you're welcome to at this time. I'm not going to spend too much time on this page. And I'm going to go ahead and move forward. So every year, the city of Brownsville likes to participate and engage their employees in a different way. This year, we went on something called the Leadership Impact Tour. And basically, it was a guided experience for our community leaders. And on the very top row, we first started at Good Neighbor Settlement House with the hands-on service project. So you see wonderful City of Brownsville employees getting together, packing tomatoes in bags to distribute to the community. And then after we toured Good Neighbor Settlement House, we proceeded to visit Youth Build. We went on a tour to find out the work, the amazing work that they do there, and in helping young individuals get certified through different courses and programs that they have to offer. Then we circled back at the United Way office and we had a guest representative from Monica's and Maggie's house. And we concluded with a short presentation on United Way. I want to thank everyone who participated in the agency tour. And we went ahead and engaged this year through something called a snack pack decorating contest. So this year we went ahead and had 100, about 90 to 100 snack pack bags distributed to all the different departments within the city of Brownsville. And overall, you all put together nearly 90 snack packs for elementary students in need. And we were able to distribute those to the BISD students, elementary students. So if you're not too familiar with Snack Pack, a lot of the time students should be very happy and excited to go home for the holidays. Unfortunately, we do have a group of students who actually go home worried about where their next meal will be coming from. And so we partner with the school districts every year. We partner with community members and corporate partners to band together and build or assemble these snack packs to be distributed to our students. This year, our goal every year is to build at least 500 snack packs. This year, we were able to exceed that amount and we were able to build 750 snack packs to distribute to elementary students right here in our own community. So thank you so much for all your efforts. And aside from the snack pack decorating contest, we do have another contest that I do want to mention, but these were the 6 finalists of all the bags that were turned into us. We did post them on our social media, and the one that earned the most votes from the community was the turkey bag. This is the snack pack that was decorated and won the votes. And the winners were the municipal court department. I will go ahead and have everybody stand up in a bit so they can receive their award at the end. And we had another internal competition where we selected the top 3 winners for the per capita donation within the departments. And in 3rd place, we did have a 2-way tie between the procurement department and the city attorney department. In 2nd place, we had the planning and redevelopment services department. And in 1st, we had the city manager's office. So I would like to go ahead and thank everybody who contributed. We are going to continue scheduling United Way presentations. So if your department has not scheduled your United Way presentation, please use the QR code here shown on the screen, or you can go ahead and visit our website. If you'd like assistance, feel free to give us a call or send me an email to fundraising@unitedwayrgv.org. And I want you all, if you could please, I would like to thank you all again for your time. And if you can join me in congratulating and thanking the individuals, if we could have the representatives from the departments that were announced join us in the front, we will be happy to pass out plaques and a gift basket for the competition winners.
Thank you, that's hers. Short and sweet. I'm behind the scenes, I'm rehearsing. Short and sweet.
Next thing I want to announce to the mayor and commission is our city secretary, Myra Rios, has been appointed as the president to the Texas Municipal Clerks Association Lower Rio Grande Valley chapter. So congratulations, Myra.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay, count of three. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yes. Thank you so much. I'm very honored and grateful to be able to serve this region and to represent the clerks. Moving on to the consent agenda items.
Entertain a motion?
Mayor, I'd like to pull item number 2 and item number 7.
That said, I'll entertain a motion to approve the other items.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries. Item 2.
Starting with item number 2, it is a consideration and action to approve the First Amendment to the Marketing and Advertising Services Agreement number 074-25-AIR with Dovetail Inc. and modifying the contract term.
Hello, Mayor and Commissioners. I have a brief summary for this amendment. This is the first amendment for the Marketing and Advertising Service Agreement with Dovetail that was approved last May 2025. There's no change on the contract amount, the scope, or the vendor. We're amending only the contract term structure. When this agreement was originally brought forward, the intent was for the contract terms to align with the city's fiscal year budgeting and annual purchase order process, which is how marketing funds were appropriated and managed. And then as we began implementing the contract, it became clear that the primary term was structured, how we structured the primary term was not aligned with the city fiscal year budget. So this amendment, we will restructure the term so the primary term and renewal periods clearly align with the fiscal year moving forward.
Thank you, Lorena. And that was along the lines that I had. I just wanted to clarify some clarification from
Yeah.
it. My initial question was that, and then when I wrote it down right now on my paper, I said, I think they're trying to align it maybe with the fiscal year, which is exactly what you
Yes.
said. So I know that the new proposed amendment will end 12/31, and then it starts again on the 1st. So
Yes.
we're using a whole year of renewal to do this amendment, correct?
Sí. Yes,
Okay.
correct.
Very good. Okay. I just wanted to clarify.
Thank
on
you.
that.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
That said, I'll entertain a motion here.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion second to approve. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those
Aye.
opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
The next item is item number 7, which is to authorize a contract with Overdrive in the amount of $235,000 for contract number 070-26-LIB-SS for a term of 10 months.
Hello, good evening, Mayor and Commissioner. I'm here to answer any questions you might have for me.
Thank you. Again, it's up for clarification. This was not a budgeted item, right? This is something that we're reacting to because they went out of business, something of that nature?
That is correct. They went out of business unexpectedly, so we did have that amount in budgeted for that vendor, but since they closed, we went ahead and wanted to go with this vendor, the Overdrive one.
So that was my second question, is the old contract, then we pivot the funds to this new contract?
Right, for the electronic portion, yes, correct.
And this is a 1 out of 3 renewals that we can do?
I'm sorry?
It's 3 renewals that we can do out of this?
This one's only going to be for 10 months, and then we will go out for an RFP at that point.
Okay, so that was my question. So we're going to finish off for this fiscal year, and then beginning the new one, we would go out for an RFP?
Yes, that is correct.
I wanted to ask, I saw language on there at the very end that the renewal would come from the city manager's office. If we could just bring that back to the commission, since this is the first time and it's almost it's $235,000, if we could bring it back to the commission instead, is that? Okay.
Okay.
That's all the questions I had.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all. Appreciate you. Thank you. I move to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Have it, motion carries.
We will enter it into the public hearing portion of the meeting. Item 1 is a public hearing and action on the first reading on ordinance number 2026-1792 to annex into the city of Brownsville a boundary limits, a property described as being 2.60 acres of land consisting of Vareda Gardens subdivision, lot 34, block 16, 7.1741 acres in Cameron County, Texas, located at FM 1421, Brownsville, Texas, 78520.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. This is a voluntary annexation petition for a property that is 2.6 acres in area. This will be used for a future single-family residence. The property is fronting FM 1421. And again, it's a voluntary petition to annex into city limits. This item was processed in accordance to Texas Local Government Code Chapter 43. The voluntary petition to annex was submitted, written service agreements, public hearing, proper noticing of annexation, and proper noticing of school districts and public entities was performed by the department. This is the area that is being annexed to, again, 2.6 acres. And the area is contiguous with current city limit lines. And again, this is just another depiction of those 2.6 acres. And so staff recommends the annexation of these 2.6 acres into city limits.
Any questions or comments on this item from the commission? All right, this is a public hearing. If there's anyone here that wishes to address the commission on this item, please step forward.
Move to close.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to close public hearing. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Thank you.
Public hearing number 2, it's a public hearing and action on the first reading on ordinance number 235-2025-026 to rezone from the residential single family to the residential transition to allow for a townhome development for a 2.82 acre tract of land, more or less, out of block 188, El Jardín re-subdivision, parts of shares 23, 28, 29, 30, 31, and 25, the Espiritu Santo grant, Cameron County, Texas, located at 4935 Salida de Luna, Brownsville, Texas, 78526, as shown in Exhibit A, District 2.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Commissioners. My name is Sam Nunez, working out of the city's planning department. As mentioned, this is a rezone request that comes with a recommendation of approval from city staff and the Planning and Zoning Commission. This property is located at Salida de la Luna Road, which is a collector street. And the purposes of this rezoning from a single-family residential district to a residential transition is primarily for a townhouse development. This is the notice of the public hearing that has been posted to the vicinity there, making them known of both the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting and this city commission meeting for this zoning request. This is the physical sign that has been posted at the property. This is an aerial map showing the boundary of those individuals that have received a legal notice of this public meeting. 18 mailouts in total were sent out to let them know of these public hearings for the zoning change. This is the zoning map clearly showing that there is R1 district to the east, west, and south. There is also an agricultural district to the east of this property, and that property is a school campus. Most of the zoning or most of the existing uses in this vicinity are either vacant or consist of a single-family residential home, except for that school campus to the east. This is a broader map showing Ruben M. Torres Boulevard being the most major street to the south of this property. This is a closer look at this property that is being zoned to R3. At this time, city staff found that this request is consistent with our current comprehensive plan and our future land use plan. Staff did recommend approval, and is still recommending approval of this rezone from residential single family to residential transition R3. P&Z board also recommended approval at their meeting to rezone this property from R1 to R3.
Questions or comments from the commission? All right, this is a public hearing, so if there's anyone here that wishes to address the commission on this item, please step forward.
Move to close public hearing.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to close public hearing. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
To approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Public hearing number 3, is public hearing and action on the first reading on ordinance number 235-2025-027 to rezone for the residential single family to the regional central to allow for a commercial development for Lot 1, Block 1, Rabble subdivision, Cameron County, Texas, located at Lomax Road, Brownsville, Texas, 78526, as shown in Exhibit A, District 3.
Thank you. This request is to rezone from regional center, which is a type of commercial district, and currently has a zoning district of residential single family. The proposed use for this property, if it were to obtain this regional center district, is for a commercial development. Should be stated that we don't have any specifics or any kind of proposed site plan for that commercial development type at this time. The property is currently fronting Lomax Road, which is a local street at this location. At the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting of December 4th, we did have some verbal opposition present for this rezoning request, and the concerns there were primarily over an increase in traffic that this commercial development could bring. Maintaining the residential character of the neighborhood was also another concern. Bringing commercial may encourage more commercial to come into the established residential location here. And also the existing conditions of the road there were a concern to some of the residents that live in this area. This is the notice of the public hearing that was issued out. This is the physical sign that is put out at the property. This is a map showing the buffer of 200 feet. 14 mailouts have been sent to property owners in this vicinity, and we have received no written opposition except that verbal opposition that was present at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting in December. This is a zoning map showing the existing zoning in this location with R1 to the north and east-west, and some RC Regional Center Commercial District to the south of this property. This is a broader map showing the location. poster lookup showing Lomax Road to the east of this property and Courtsville Road to the north. This time, city staff is finding this request to be consistent with our comprehensive plan and our future land use plan. Staff recommends approval to rezone this property from residential single family to regional center. The P and Z also recommended approval to rezone this property from residential single family R1 to regional center RC.
Are there any questions or comments from the commission on this item?
Can you go back to the map really quick? So the
Which ones?
property sits behind this, that's along the interstate? There's I guess my question is, there's another property owner that's in the front?
Yes, there is a property that between the interstate and this proposed property. I think, if I'm not mistaken, it is being used by state.
What kind of zoning is that?
Yes, Commissioner. This property is owned by TxDOT. It's used as a laydown yard
Okay,
for their highway projects.
gotcha,
It doesn't really have a zoning to it because it's state-owned.
gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you.
And so the only ingress and egress is through Lomax, or can you also get to it through Cortezville?
The primary access would be through Lomax Road, yeah.
Um,
John, Commission. I'm representing the seller, and we have been in discussion with TxDOT. And TxDOT said they would consider a driveway easement across or through their storage there, somewhere in the center of the parcel, to give us direct access to the service road if we went through a zoning change to something other than R1. So I'm hopeful that that will happen. I'm hopeful that you guys will consider it strongly. Oh, I'm sorry. My name's Pat Swantner.
Any other questions or comments from the commission? All right, this is a public hearing, so if there's anyone here that wishes to address the commission on this item, please step forward.
Move to close public hearing, Mayor?
We have a motion and a second to close public hearing. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
We have to take a vote on it. We haven't taken a vote.
Yeah. We have a motion to approve. Do you have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Public hearing number 4 is a public hearing and action on the first reading on ordinance number 235-2025-902 to rezone from the agricultural to the regional central to allow for a commercial development for 13.142 acres, more or less, out of the southeast corner of Block 218, Fresno's Land and Irrigation Company subdivision, Cameron County, Texas, located at Paredes Line Road, Brownsville, Texas, 78526, as shown in Exhibit A, District 3.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners, and Happy New Year. So this rezoning case is a request to rezone to Regional Center from agriculture. The proposed use is for a commercial development, and the property is fronting Paredes Line Road. A little background on the property. Back in February of 2009, the property was approved to be rezoned from dwelling to light industrial. However, it remained undeveloped and vacant when the city adopted the new UDC in 2020. Because of that, it was reverted to back to ag use, our ag use designation, because it remained vacant. And one thing to keep in mind is the surrounding development trend. Although the area is predominantly vacant right now, there have been a few subdivisions that are in the process of being developed. The Estrella Master Plan Community, it's about 1,100 acres. Montage Estates, which is almost 120 acres, and Paredes Ranch subdivision, which is 93 acres. So a lot of residential development coming to that area. As required by law, we did send out a notice of public hearing. We posted a physical sign on the property. We also sent mail outs to 4 property owners within within 200 feet, received no opposition to the request. And again, the surrounding area is zoned ag in all directions. The area, again, predominantly vacant in all directions. Most notable thing across the street from it is the Palo Alto Battlefield National Historical Park, and it's located north of Interstate 69. There is a railroad to the rear of it and Paredes Line Road, but other than that, the area is entirely vacant. So the request is consistent with the comprehensive plan and future land use plan. However, when we presented to the Planning and Zoning Commission, we recommended disapproval to rezone from ag to regional center, but recommended approval as an alternate to corridor commercial. And the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval to rezone from ag to commercial corridor. The reason for that is because the regional center designation allows for more regional drawing commercial uses. So it would allow for things like tractor rental or tractor sales, large equipment sales, auto body shops where you can, not auto body shops, but auto repair shops where you can store vehicles outside. That would be the regional center designation. Community corridor or corridor commercial designation is more community serving. So it's more appropriate for the future residential development. And that's why we made that recommendation to rezone from ag to commercial corridor. And so, yes, we are recommending approval to rezone from ag to commercial corridor.
Questions or comments from the commission? Item?
Sorry, the regional, the corridor commercial would allow for what kind of businesses there?
Most businesses, I think the only real discretion is, like I said, the large auto machinery rental would be allowed in regional center. There's a few other businesses, like for example, regional center would allow for large vehicle sales and service like buses and RVs. It also allows for shooting clubs in a regional center designation. Pawn shops, for example, would be allowed in regional center with an SUP. And self-storage by right is permitted in regional center, and it's required an SUP in corridor commercial. So those are probably the biggest differences between the two, but the corridor commercial would still allow for the development of a commercial plaza. So like your restaurants, your offices, your kind of community serving uses, institutional uses, medical offices would be allowed within the commercial corridor designation.
So do you know the landowner's intent, like what kind of tenants they're hoping to?
We don't know at this time. I think originally when they did the rezoning request, they were just trying to go for the biggest and most that they could use that land for. And so we felt it was more appropriate to designate that as commercial corridor.
Isn't that land really low? So they'll have to.
Any development would have to comply with current building codes, including detention if they needed it, depending on the scale and the intensity of the use.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Excuse me.
Excuse me, through the mayor. Just to clarify also, regional commercial is also important how you access. So you typically have access from a highway, like the Sunrise Mall. So as opposed to Paredes Line. And also, but it still allows for an HEB, a supermarket. So, and we were in discussions with the owner and he's okay with corridor commercial. Just wanted to make clear that the applicant has been informed of our change in recommendation.
Any other questions or comments from the commission? All right, this is a public hearing, so if there's anyone here that wishes to address the commission on this item, please step forward.
Move to close public hearing.
Second.
All right, we have a motion, a second to close public hearing. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Item number.
We have to approve.
Second.
Well, we have to motion it, because
To approve to the recommendation of commercial corridor.
Okay, so we have a motion.
Second.
And a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Sorry about that. Public hearing number 5 is a public hearing and action on the first reading on ordinance number 235-2025-903 to rezone from the agricultural to the commercial corridor to allow the commercial development for an approximately 43.72 acres comprised of approximately 38.31 acres out of the residue of the Reservoir B of the Villa del Norte a subdivision, 1.53 acres out of Lot 1, Oklahoma Station subdivision number 1, and 3.88 acres out of the Reserve A of the Oklahoma Station subdivision number 1, Cameron County, Texas, located at Stillman Road, Brownsville, Texas, 78526, as shown in Exhibit A, District 3.
Thank you. So yes, this request is to rezone 2 corridor commercial from ag. Currently, the property is vacant, and a commercial development is also being proposed here, and the property is fronting Stillman Road. We did receive one letter prior to the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting against the rezoning request. The property owner to the east of the subject property, let me show you an area, it'll be easier. To the east of the subject property, where you can see is vacant, is concerned that any type of development will affect their livestock that they own on that property. And so they're concerned with the potential impacts that any type of development will have on their livestock. And I believe that that letter is included in your agenda packet. And as is required by state law, we did post a notice of public hearing. We posted it on the property itself, and then we also notified property owners within a 200-foot radius. Besides that one letter that we received, we didn't receive any opposition to the request. The surrounding area to the north is zoned residential single family with residential transition to the northwest. Directly west is regional center. To the south is residential estate, and then to the southeast is another residential single family. Again, that area that's zoned ag, that's directly east. That's where the property owner had some concerns about their livestock and what kind of development, how it would impact their livestock. The property is right across from the 77 Flea Market, just south of the Brownsville Sports Park. And again, the area is predominantly either commercial or single-family uses in most directions, with the exception of that property to the east. The future land use map designates the area as an emerging city central district and a linkage corridor. So land uses within these districts should be a balanced mix of commercial, community facility, and institutional land uses. So it's staff's opinion that both these designations support commercial development and the desired corridor commercial designation. So staff did present this to the Planning and Zoning Commission on December 4th, and they recommended approval of the rezoning request from ag to commercial corridor, or to corridor commercial, excuse me, and the Planning and Zoning Department is recommending that as well.
Any questions or comments from the commission?
And it's just gonna be like a plaza for restaurants or?
Not that I'm aware of at this time. We haven't received any building plans for it.
Do you know what's going to being built on that property?
No, sir, we have not received building plans for it. I'm not aware of any future development. And again, kind of going back to our previous item, this is corridor commercial, so it's a kind of a less intense one. Like Mr. Leal explained, traditionally along the expressways, that's where your regional center, your regional drawing uses are. So this one's a little bit off the expressway, so I think corridor commercial is appropriate for this area.
This is the public hearing, so if there's anyone here that wishes to address the commission on this item, please step forward and state your name. Record.
And we did receive one that was pre-registered, so she is attending virtual.
Yeah, that's what I was concerned about, to see what was going to be built.
Sir, can you state your name for the record?
Oh, my name is Johnny Garcia. I was just concerned what was going to be built there, because I noticed right across the street from that lot, they built a Jeep dealership. And from what I've noticed, if one dealership builds, another dealership wants to build across from there. So I was just concerned about that. Also, leading into the neighborhood, there's all these trees And I was just concerned if those trees were gonna be cut down. You know, exactly, I was not sure exactly what's gonna be built there. It is a pretty big lot. And I do live in the area as well, other family as well. But you have no idea, right?
That's correct. Yeah, again, we haven't received any building plans for that location.
Do you know if they're gonna cut down all those trees leading into the neighborhood?
I would not be aware based on their site plan.
Yeah.
There are parameters, there are building permit requirements, site plan reviews.
Okay.
So there's layers of review that go into that before they're issued
Yeah,
a building permit.
So I do notice, sometimes in that neighborhood, I know that trees do help with flooding, preventing. I don't know if even if they.
Can you speak
Oh,
into the
sorry.
microphone?
I know that, in the area, there's a little bit of flooding and the trees do help with that. And that's just my main concern is that they're gonna cut down those trees, or what is it gonna be built into? Is there gonna be like a plaza? It's a very nice, quiet neighborhood, so if they're gonna be building a dealership or a plaza, stuff like that, or bars, you know, that, all that is a concern to me. And I'm pretty sure to the people that live in the neighborhood.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Soto Garcia. I'm one of the Assistant City Managers here. As far as the site development, at this time right now, they're asking for a rezoning. We do not know what will be developed on the property. At the time that they do submit the development for the site plan, we will make sure that our forester reviews the plans and is in compliance with our city requirements to provide adequate landscaping. If any trees are removed that are within our ordinance requirements to be replaced, they will be replaced according to the plans. And as far as drainage and detention, the requirements that are set forth by the city for detention will be in compliance at the time of the submittal.
Just figured that. I wasn't too sure what was gonna be built there. Like I said in the beginning, I noticed that Jeep dealership took over the land. And I'm just assuming that another dealership wants to build right across from that. Also with dealerships, they tend to put up a lot of lights and the neighborhood is kind of, very dim. So, with all those lighting, if they do build a dealership there, like, it's just gonna maybe seem like it's gonna be like light pollution or something. But as they said, they don't know what it's gonna be built, but, that is just my main concern with the trees and the area and what exactly it's gonna be built there.
And just to confirm, under the proposed zoning, would a dealership be allowed to be built?
Yes, a car dealership would be allowed in corridor commercial.
I thought the new ordinance only allowed it if it was along the frontage road. And so this is a little bit offset from the frontage road.
A new car dealership would be allowed in the corridor commercial, not a used.
Oh. So even though it's off of the expressway?
Correct.
So a used car lot?
No. Well, see, we just, with the, yeah, it would be, it would require a special use permit to operate.
Okay. And then they would have to go through the process of applying and then you get notified. So if that ever does happen, just, be on the alert in case you want to rally up your neighbors. Thank you.
Okay, so that special use permit, and correct me if I'm wrong, will come before the city commission for us to,
Yes, sir.
because we had the same problem about 2 months ago, that we denied the special use permit for a used car lot on the side of the expressway. So, with that being said, we got to be very, very careful on putting another used car lot even in the vicinity of our sports park and keeping it. So we got to be fair with everybody. That's all I'm saying.
Right, and, again, to this gentleman's point, when the SUP does go before the commission, we do have to notify the property owners. So there will be another set of notices that get sent out for that SUP request. And that'll give the property owners an opportunity to speak in favor or against the request.
I say we table this and bring it back so we could get more information on this before we go forward.
I'm sorry, could you clarify what more information?
I think we should table it, and then get more information because I guess there's 2 individuals already asking, so.
Yeah, and by more information, do you mean like a preliminary site plan or do you want to hear from the property owner? Just want to clarify.
Correct.
Okay, yes, sir.
I'm just curious because there's a neighborhood right north of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so what kind of buffer would there be if there was retail right up to the back part?
Typically, if there's retail, there's enhanced setback. If it's adjacent to a residential neighborhood, there is enhanced setbacks and there are screening requirements. So they would have to put a fence to separate themselves from the residential use to the north. And then they have to pay attention to their lighting to make sure that the light doesn't, encroach into the residential property lines if they put any type of lighting.
How many acres did you say this was?
Is
38.31.
38.31, yeah.
30, and the whole 38 will be going to this entity?
That's correct, because that's the way that the lot boundaries are drawn. And so when we do the rezoning request, it is to the entire lot itself.
Myra, do we have another public comment? registered?
Sorry, no, it's for the next agenda item. She's attending virtual, but no, that's it.
I was gonna just recommend if you decide to table it, if you can table it to a date and time certain. So if you mention the date in your motion and the time.
And the public hearing, Counselor, would that stay open?
I would not close it. I would leave it open until that day.
Yes, I move to table it.
To,
The next meeting or?
The February meeting is February 3rd,
Will, don't we have to
February
close?
17th.
Will, do we have to close public hearing?
I'm sorry? No, I wouldn't close the public hearing. I would leave it open.
But he can make the motion to table even though we're still in public hearing?
Are you currently in the public hearing right now?
Yes,
Yeah,
it's
so I
still
would
open.
leave it open and then just table it until February 3rd. or
Yeah,
January
yes,
20th.
yes, the first meeting in February is the 3rd, and then the second one is the 17th. Sorry.
I think February 3rd would be.
So there's a motion to table to February 3rd.
I have a question. Commissioner, what is it that you want them to bring to us?
If you can get, of who wants, what they want to do with the property. Maybe some site plans, or so we can at least look at what's going to be, because potentially that is our face of that expressway.
Yes, sir.
And I want to make sure if we're going to vote on something, we need to make sure we want to put something we want to see off the side of the expressway.
Understood. Thank you.
We do have a motion.
So just to clarify, the motion is to table to February 3rd, leaving the public hearing open.
That's correct.
At 5 p.m.
And I agree with Commissioner De Leon. You know, he is a District 3 commissioner and he's just doing his due diligence to fully represent the area and being cautious. So I think he's doing his fiduciary duty as a city commissioner. And so for that reason, I second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item?
I have a discussion. I have this question for counselors. Do we, in any way affect this by, choosing what kind of scope of business is there? I thought we're just entertaining like the zoning aspect of it.
Just the zoning.
Yeah, I mean, this currently is just changing the zoning from ag to commercial. And specifically, it is commercial corridor. And so that just gives the property owner a list of businesses that could come in there. Of course, once it's zoned, depending on the business they decide to do, they would have to come back with a site plan. If it's a specific business, like a used car lot or a new car lot, they might need a specific use permit that will come before planning and zoning and city commission. I can't 100% confirm this, but my understanding was this was a proposed site for a car dealership. But I'm not 100%. I don't know if the sale is going to close or what other plans they might have, but that was my understanding.
Is that your concern, Commissioner, if it's going to be a car lot? Car dealership?
I was under the impression that we weren't going to allow used car lots on the expressway. That's why we declined the last one. I mean, am I correct?
You are correct. The last one had come in after UDC was amended to not allow used car dealerships in certain areas, with the exception of new car dealerships. The most recent amendment that you made to the UDC, this, in the consent agenda, does allow certain type of used cars that are franchise owned in, by granting a specific use permit. So if this was one of those lots and they wanted to come in and put a used franchise type of business model, they would have to apply for a specific use permit and follow the various requirements that the planning and zoning and city commission places on the property owner.
Okay, I agree with you, Counselor, but that wording that was put in that last one when we approved was kind of vague. That franchise, used car lot or whatever, if I would have known, and I take blame to not reading it as I should have, or even looked into it, I can guarantee you, I wouldn't have voted for it. Luckily, I was able to catch it now. It's concerning to me that wording is played to, I gotta be very careful with what I say, but the wording written was not very clear. And whether a franchise, used cars is used cars. I don't care. You could put a lipstick on a pig, it's still a pig. But used cars is used cars. And if we're not gonna allow one, we shouldn't allow any. But what concerns me is it's gonna be on the expressway. I would like to see some type of plans to see whether it fits our design of coming in and leaving the city of Brownsville, because the last thing I want is an eyesore. And I mean, I don't know exactly who's coming in, but I think that we all want a beautiful building on the side, because our expressway, you can see our sports park from our expressway, and it's not off the side of the expressway. So we can see houses from the expressway. I just want to make sure that we see something nice 100, 200 yards from our expressway. That's my concern. And of course, you know, the citizens that live around there too. Lighting, I think lighting is great. It's going to help everybody, but let's just make sure that it's a nice building, something nice that Brownsville's going to be proud of.
I do want to add, I know that there's a request that we provide a site plan that, to kind of supplement this request, but keep in mind, we're only approving or voting on the zoning designation. So they could submit a site plan, but if it's zoned corridor commercial and they choose to sell it to somebody else, or, maybe not act in good faith, then that could be done, because then the zoning would be for.
Yeah, I think that the discussion should be, what do we want to see there?
Yes, sir.
Right? Do you want a single family development there? Do you want townhouses there? Do you want commercial development there, right? That's really the discussion. 'Cause it is a big tract and it's right next to a single family development. So, and it's a part of that corridor to a lot of single family houses. So it's like, that should be what we should be focused on, in my opinion. But you bring up an important point about the used car franchise model. And I think, whatever information you can bring back to the next meeting will be helpful in the discussion on what we want to do here.
Okay, yes, sir. I'll reach out to the property owner.
So, in a second, any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Let's have it, motion carries.
Public hearing number 6, it's a public hearing in action on the first reading on ordinance number 235-2025-025 to rezone from the residential suburban to the light industrial to allow an existing machine shop for 0.344 acres out of Block 33, El Jardín, a subdivision of Brownell Track Share 28 of the Espiritu Santo Grant, Cameron County, Texas, located at 6628 Calvin Street, Brownsville, Texas, 78521, as shown in Exhibit A in District 2.
Thank you. As mentioned, the request is to rezone the existing residential suburban district to a light industrial district for the purposes of continuing a machine shop at this property. This property is currently fronting Calvin Street, which is a local street within an established residential neighborhood. We want to share some background of the existing machine shop and the single-family residence that is there. What we know is the predominant surrounding use, as mentioned, is a residential neighborhood. In fact, it is part of what is known as Portway Acres subdivision that was established back in 1954. This is the third phase out of that subdivision. When we did our research as city staff, we found that this particular parcel was originally exempted from that original plat of the subdivision. However, our records did find a determination certificate to resolve that. So in effect, that property is treated as it were a full lot of record or a platted property. We know that there is an existing machine shop there that is currently operating, or a welding shop that works metalworks. It was established as per record back in 1988 based on some submitted tax business documents. And this was prior to the annexation of that property back in 1991. To date, however, there isn't a certificate of occupancy that would allow that machine shop to continue. We did find on record that there was an attempt to gain a certificate of occupancy. However, it was never completed officially. So as it is now, that machine shop is operating as a non-conforming use within this residential type district. There has been several city reports submitted to city staff that are found in your packet. Amongst them are multiple visits by our code enforcement department due to some neighborhood complaints there. There has been some inappropriate discharge or disposal of oils, improper parking of large vehicles such as semi-trucks or 18-wheelers. There are general property maintenance that need work there. They are currently operating, as mentioned, without a certificate of occupancy, so illegally. And there have been missed court dates for lack of compliance at this property. This is the notice of public hearing that was put out to let the vicinity know of this rezone request, the physical sign at the property as well. This is the buffer map. Total of 30 mailouts were sent. We did not receive any written opposition for this property, except those city reports that have been submitted prior to this request. This is the zoning map showing the predominant R2 district that surrounds this property that is requesting to be rezoned to a light industrial district. As you can see, the surrounding uses are completely or mostly residential single-family homes. This is a broader map showing South Padre Island Highway being the most major street north of this property. Staff did find that this request is not consistent with their existing comprehensive plan and future land use plan. At the meeting of Planning and Zoning of December, we did recommend denial and are still recommending denial of this rezoning from residential suburban to light industrial district. The reason behind that being that if this property potentially receives approval to light industrial district, it would introduce some uses, industrial, commercial, that would be at great odds against the residential uses that are established there. Planning and Zoning also recommended denial of this rezoning from residential suburban to light industrial.
So may I ask though, like with all these infractions, because I drove by there this afternoon and it was operating, how do you even get them to stop? You know?
Yes, so this is their intent to bring it into compliance. So in theory, if they were to receive a light industrial district approval, they can then continue the process of gaining that certificate of occupancy. Either way, if they were not to receive this approval today, then the certificate of occupancy would be denied due to that zoning noncompliance. So this is their attempt of making it right.
And so if they don't get it, will they cease and desist?
If they don't get it, we would essentially deny any permit that would want to continue that machine shop, so no. Yes, sir.
And to add, yes, the way, I mean, the nonconformities in zoning, what they do is they put a expiration date, basically. And the expiration date is when the land changes ownership, which is about to happen. The applicant is actually a new business owner who wants to put a new business of the same type in the property. That would be the expiration date. So if this gets denied today and property changes, they will be considered residential, single-family residential to all effects, or R2 more specifically. Does that answer your question?
So if we deny the request today, will the original owners of the business continue operating in violation of all these, like complaints in the city?
They would, sorry.
I guess my current question is, are they legal non-conforming?
No.
No,
They
okay.
are not.
So no, they should not be operating. The city could cite them, kind of like what we do with Millwhite as an example, cite them every day, cite them every so often, or take them to court to sue for them to close down, right? If they're operating outside of our UDC and code of ordinances. If they're legal non-conforming, then that's different, but they're not. So, yeah.
Which is not the case, no.
Right.
They're not legal and non-conforming, right?
Correct.
That's what you're saying. Okay.
It should also be mentioned that this comes as a form of appeal. So it will require a supermajority vote if you were to want to turn it around. Yes.
And you said that some of the complaints, did they call the 546 help? What were some of those complaints about? Was it the noise? Was it I know you mentioned the improper disposition of oils, anything hazardous in the air, environmental?
Other than the discharge of the oil, we did not receive any other kind of report. The ones that are listed in the screen right now and included in your packet is what we're reading out, and it's specific to exactly what they typed out to submit as an official or formal complaint against the property.
To your knowledge, are there other residential homes there that are also operating as a business?
Not to our knowledge, sir.
Nothing across the street, anywhere around there?
Not in the immediate vicinity there, no.
I had the same concern. When I put up the address on the map, I saw that there was Lupez Wrecker and Performance and Tuning just a street away from there as well.
On Fifth Avenue, sir, or?
And
would
Portway Drive, right next door.
We would have to confirm that with any kind of permits on record. However, when we did our preliminary check on the vicinity there, we didn't see any other kind of commercial permit being issued here. If in theory there is another or similar use being in operation, it's doing so against the zoning district.
And I think that's the thing, right? We have probably a lot of businesses and residents that don't comply with the code. A lot of the reasons why we don't enforce the code is lack of staff. I think we only have like maybe 2 code compliance officers and a handful of health and safety officers in the public health department. But that raises a good point. The point is, if we decide to enforce the code on this particular business, we don't grant this, we decide to enforce the code, we should do it to other businesses as well, right? And so that's my takeaway from that.
That's my question, because I think I agree with that. I just think that we need
It
to
should be
uniform.
mentioned that what initiated this request was that the current owner was looking into selling this property. It doesn't come as a result of a citation or anything like that. It's really that the current owner wants to sell the property to someone else, and that other person wants to continue that machine shop that's currently operating there.
The current owner also still is not compliant with the city. currently.
Yes, sir. That's correct. I should mention that there was a rezoning appeal letter that was submitted as part of the packet, but since the current owner couldn't be here, she did ask that we submit this to the board, but it is part of your packet.
Any other comments or questions from the commission? All right, this is a public hearing, so if there's anyone here that wishes to address the commission on this item, please step forward and state your name.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Marisol de la Fuente, and I am here on behalf of my mother, San Juana P. Gonzalez, regarding the property at 6628 Calvin Street. My father actually is the one who operated his welding business on this property for more than 35 years. This was his life's work. It was a small but well-respected operation that never caused issues that I can, I wasn't aware of a lot of the things that were mentioned a little bit earlier. As you know, me being a girl with a dad with a machine shop, I was not allowed there very much. But as I got older, I learned a little bit more about it. But anyway, I digress. My point was that it never conflicted with the character of the area. In fact, my father was very well known in our community for always helping those in need. In fact, when there was flooding, just to give you an example of my history and memory, he was the first one to put on his boots and go and knock on, neighbors' doors to help them out if they were stranded. I mean, everybody knew Arturo. Unfortunately, my father is no longer with us. And after his passing, he left his property for my mom so I could continue supporting her, especially now as she faces significant medical challenges. So the purpose of this request is not to introduce a new business, expand operations, or change the nature of this neighborhood. It is simply to correct the zoning to reflect the longstanding commercial use that has existed on this property for decades. This is a unique situation involving a single-family property now that was, or I'm being told it is, but with a documented history of continued commercial use. In addition, my father's long-term standing business has thankfully attracted a prospective buyer who is committed to honoring the same work my father performed for over 35 years. This buyer is not seeking to change the nature of the property or introduce a new type of business. It's simply what all the neighbors are used to and have been. They simply want to continue providing the same service in the same space, exactly as my father did. So the prospective buyer has also expressed full willingness to comply with all city requirements, inspections, and regulations to ensure the property operates responsibly and is in accordance with Brownsville standards. So if anything, this is a good thing. As my dad in the old days, I mean, things back then were done differently. I understand that, and people know people, I suppose. I don't know the history. Like I said, I was a child, but it was allowed to operate that way. Now, I'm telling you that this will change. So the rezoning correction is necessary to allow this transaction to occur, though, and to ensure that the property can continue supporting my mother, just as my father intended. I also want to address a certain race name. I think there was concerns maybe that property taxes might increase. I believe I was told, and this is not correct, because a nearby property being zoned commercial does not increase anyone else's taxes. As we all know, property taxes are based solely on each property's individual value, not the zoning of adjacent parcels. So denying this request would just create a significant hardship for my mother and my family, while providing no benefit to the neighborhood or the city. Approving it, though, would simply allow the property to continue serving the purpose my father intended, supporting my mother in her time of need, who now depends on this property for her medical care and living expenses. So I understand that the Planning, Zoning, and Zoning Commission initially recommended denial, but I respectfully ask you to consider this in full context. So the property has been used commercially like this for 35 years. The use has never, does not introduce anything new to the city. A buyer is ready to continue the same work, honoring my father's legacy, but in all compliancy, like we'd all prefer. And denial would create hardship without providing any community benefit, because it would just be emptied and abandoned, because I cannot afford to go do anything past that. So for these reasons, I respectfully request that the commission approve the rezoning appeal. And if additional information is needed, I am more than happy to provide that. So I ask that that item maybe be tabled, if anything else, rather than denied, so that I may provide whatever documentation you guys need from me to help my mother. And I thank you for your time, consideration, and of course, your service to our community. Thank you.
Sir, and once this is approved as, let's just say, light industrial, that means that it's going to be light industrial from here on out.
Yes,
Correct.
it runs with the land, ma'am. What that means is that, as the city attorney mentioned prior to another request here, is that anything that the UDC would allow an owner to run under a light industrial district could be done there. So today, they may say, we want to continue a machine shop, but in theory, anything that a light industrial district would allow for in terms of business or industry, as per our UDC, could be brought in there, and we would not be able to do anything against that. Or
No,
follow
I
up.
have a contract. A contract is open right now for buying this property. I'm just waiting on this to move forward, so it would not be anybody else.
No, but even then, I mean, once you're out of there and you sell your property and this new owner comes in, who knows what could happen 15 years from now, 20 years from now, they have the ability now to sell it to whoever they want. So I
Gotcha.
think it's important for us, and I completely hear you, Marisol. Thank you so much. I could not visually see who you are, but I sense a wonderful speaker, wonderful advocacy, wonderful story. I empathize with you and I hear you and I resonate and I understand that you're looking out for yourself, looking out for your mom and the desires of your father. However, I, as a representative, also have to think about everybody else in there because, like I said, it could be right now a welding shop, but later on it could be a full-on body shop with paint, and that exposes the air quality within the neighborhood. I drove by there, Calvin Street, and I'll tell you, we have made significant improvements, especially with drainage. There used to be a huge open ditch. Thank you to our public works who went after this contract. We're improving the drainage there. We just completely covered it. And then within this next year, we will be completing that road and having green space there. And so I invite commissioners to come out and drive out there and just kind of see the conditions of it and how it's slowly improving. However, it is fully residential. I do see that it's houses all around, and we do have this canopy with metal, they're metal sheets, canopy with tractor and, junk vehicles around there. And we have a welding shop that's currently operating without occupancy. We have gone after companies in the past, which we were actually highlighted through TML, and especially with the environmental concerns. We are doing the planning and zoning, and I want to congratulate you all for the incredible work that you continuously do to ensure that we are appropriately representing the areas and that we have corrected planning and zoning. And that's why we have a planning and zoning board that can help us also to filter out and kind of get another perspective from 7 other individuals before it stems here. And so I hear your concerns, Marisol. Thank you so much for being here. And I know that we didn't have any opposition, but we do have concerns that are vocalized through 546 Help. And I also accept those concerns as well. And, we open it up to any further discussion from any other commissioners before making a decision.
I have a quick follow-up question. So if we do consider approving this tonight, is there certain conditions that must be met by the property owner to run a business like this?
So that would be handled at the time of the permit for the continuation of that machine shop. Whatever review requirements, the different departments that are in charge of looking at that permit
Okay.
would have, the health department, planning, building, those would be applied at that time
That would
that
be
they
my
submit.
concern, just like Commissioner Macias. It's in the middle of a residential neighborhood. And having a machine shop it can be loud. I know we require used car lots, anything of that nature of businesses that have conducive loud sounds. That's my primary concern. And I just want to also speak to Ms. De La Fuente that your context really helps us, your father's work is very respectable, but we also need to think about what precedent we set as a city. And that's why we're asking all of these questions, is because of the rezoning aspect of it. We just need to be careful with that. In that being said, I just want to voice my concern with my colleagues that it's about the noise for me. I just want to ensure that there's conditions that will be met and that the property owner understands that if we do move forward with this, that they will be able to comply with that. And correct me if I'm wrong, but in selling the business, they would have to apply for a certificate of occupancy and abide by all of the rules and regulations.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
What would be some rules and regulations for a welding? Does it have to be enclosed? Because like I said, it's just metal sheets, it's like a
Right.
canopy
In terms of the
over it.
structural
And then also
requirement-
there's no cement whatsoever there. It's just dirt flying around everywhere. And then right now with the construction of the street that's completely open and the ditch that they're covering up with dirt, I mean, it's nothing but dirt around there.
Since I am coming from the planning department, I can't speak to any structural requirements or any requirements having to do with foundation or anchoring. That would be more for our building division to answer. However, those requirements are pretty thorough to be able to bring anything that currently exists there or is operating there that is not complying with our building code or even the fire code or any other kind of code that would apply to a welding shop. So yes, that could only be reviewed at the time of that submittal for that permit. It should be mentioned that historically, coming from the planning perspective, zoning was created for such cases as this to make a clear separation between industrial districts and residential districts because we want to protect residents from hazard or any kind of uses that would put them at odds. So yes.
I have a couple of questions and comments. First, they mentioned on here somewhere that there was tickets and they didn't show up to court. How far back do those tickets go? Because this business seems to be around for 36 years now.
Our
30.
record only found one citation that was, it appeared to have been dismissed by municipal court because they were applying for an operation or a certificate of occupancy. However, the certificate of occupancy was never officially issued.
Is that
So-
probably kind of new then?
I'm sorry?
Is that pretty new?
Yes, it is recent. I don't have the exact date with me, however, but it's within the past
No,
year.
I understand. No, it's not you're not on trial. And then the other question I do have is, I mean, 35 years, council and building, 35 years they've been working there. 35 years, I guess the neighbors either complain to somebody else, but this is the first I hear about it in 5 years. I just think that we have to figure out a way where we can be fair to people who have been in business for this long. And I mean, I'm looking at I don't know how many mailouts it was, but it says 0 opposition. And I understand the 546 help, but in the past, we've said if we don't have written opposition, there's technically no opposition because I haven't heard that opposition. And it's kind of, I mean, here when we're saying they didn't show up, it made it sound like there were several attempts for them to come to court, but apparently it's one and it was dismissed. So, I mean, let's just try to be very transparent with the things. I understand it's got to be real hard for somebody who's been there for so long. I remember what happened with the other company that was out there in Padre Boulevard. But we have to figure out what we can do to try to be fair. I mean, if we continue to grow further out, we're going to get these businesses caught inside of clutters, and we have to be careful what we do. We don't want to be taking everybody's business because, I mean, you're moving next to it. it's been there before you. So let's just be careful how we do it. I hope there's a way that we can figure out how they can enclose or what the options are. It is scary to what will they do in the future? What happens if we give them something like this? Is there any way to just grandfather them for this and not look for the future? I have no idea, but that's something that, I mean, I would need a lot more information on. Thank you.
Mr. Cardenas, we just want to clarify that issue with the citation. So at the time, it was 2019, when it was issued, around 2019, the municipal court issued the citation for that infraction. It was dismissed because they were attempting to apply for that certificate of occupancy in good faith. However, that certificate of occupancy was never continued. And that right there is the issue. It's not that the city staff targeted them or anything like that.
No, I understand. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it's.
Yes, sir.
It was one, right? It was one citation, which was dismissed at the end of the day. So.
There's, to answer your question, Commissioner, sorry, I'm thinking. To answer your question, I would say we want to get more information. I would request that we, unorthodox, but if we can table it. I don't know when the property's supposed to close, but I have some questions of a legal nature that need to be answered. We can go into executive session on it if y'all like. That way we can discuss it. Otherwise, my recommendation would be y'all table it or.
Are you suggesting that we discuss it, or like that you tell us about the legal issues in executive session today, or does it need to be postponed?
No, I mean, I don't know when the property's supposed to close, but it's on the agenda, so we could discuss it in executive session with the planning department. But if y'all prefer to, we could table it and then have that discussion with the planning department and then come back. But I defer to you all.
So I'll move that we discuss it in
We would
executive
need-
session.
We would need to close public hearing.
We close public hearing?
Yeah, if you're gonna table it,
Unless you're gonna table it, you want to keep it open?
you can leave it open, and then when we come back from executive, if you want to take it into executive,
I
we can
think
always
we
close
leave it
Well,
open.
then I'm going to make my comments then before. I was waiting for the close of public hearing to make my comments. Just a couple of things out there in my brain. And I'm more than fine discussing it with the commission and the mayor in executive, if that's what you all choose to do. For me, Marisol, if she's still on or listening.
Yes, I
my
am.
heart- Thank you. And I apologize that my comments will not be favorable for you. And I don't mean that in any disrespectful way. But when you change from what your family has been doing and was able to do, and you're going to transfer that to someone new, I don't believe that it should be grandfathered in. That's just my belief. I also believe as city commissioner at large, that whatever we do for this household and change residential to light industrial, then we'd have to do that for the entire city and any residential that wants to change to light industrial. So it's opposite of what Commissioner Cardenas, and those people might lose businesses if they do decide to sell their property, because if they've been operating for 35 years without a certificate, there's a lot of people probably operating that way, but it's not like there's someone going door to door trying to enforce that right now. They are technically grandfathered in unless they change ownership. For me, I think that also going against our planning and zoning commission and staff is also very difficult for me to do. And we put these people on the boards and we hired them to do a job that needs to be consistent with our comprehensive plan. So I do apologize, Marisol, for that. But the fact that it's going to transfer ownership for me is something that we have to take very serious, because like Commissioner De Leon said, right? What we do for one, as long as we're sitting in this chair, we'd have to do for everyone in the city. And for me, I'm very cautious of that.
May I say something?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
I understand exactly what you said. However, I do believe that there is going to be, everybody has a story and every specific case has their reasons. And not all of them have operated for this long, and are known well to the community and established like that's as like my father's business was. The reason I'm here today is because I found someone who is willing to not destroy it, abuse it, and simply honor it by continuing, but with the condition that she will be compliant with everything that the city needs for her to do, because she really wants to operate the right way. And that is the difference, I believe, between doing it for one and doing it for everybody. Like I said, because there's different stories. And in this particular case, like I said, I'm very blessed to have found this person who is gonna, do this and have his legacy live on in the right way now. Um, and certainly will benefit the city with more, um, would benefit from having this open than having it abandoned, like I mentioned earlier. So I just wanted to clear that up. Thank you for your thoughts.
Thank you.
And I'll just add my comments. I am very sympathetic to the story. I think it's, small business in our community are the drivers of, of Brownsville, right? But I think, setting precedents of putting a light industrial rezone or zoning in the middle of a single family neighborhood is also a very dangerous thing to explore. And we need to think about ourselves, or the city or this neighborhood after we're gone, and the consequences that will be inherited down the road. So I think we need to really think long and hard about this, but those are my comments.
Well, and if it's the desire of the commission to have a motion to deny it, I don't need to take it into executive session.
No, but
Those-
I'll entertain going to executive session to discuss.
I would have to agree with you, Mayor
So moved.
and Tino. I've been talking to Commissioner Galansky right now. I just think a light industrial business in a residential could cause problems in the future for the residents near that business. God forbid something happened with a gas tank or whatever, we just don't know. I would rather, talk about it, figure it out, and not say we should have done something different. Or what could have happened, now how do we deal with it? But, whatever the district commissioner advises us and how to go forward, I'll support anything they want to do.
I'm
Thank
not
you.
sure. Yeah, we still have public comment.
I think you should entertain a motion. Mayor, I don't think we need to take it to executive.
I'll move to discuss it in executive session
Right.
and then bring it back either to a vote or to further discussion.
Okay.
I second it.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Perfect. We'll move on to public hearing number 7. This public hearing in action on the first reading on ordinance number 2026-1797. I'm amending chapter 2, the administration, article 2, under the city commission, section 2-26, meetings and agendas, to adopt the regulations that ensure that the meetings of the city commission are conducted in a way that allows business for the city to be effectively conducted.
Good evening, Mayor and City Commissioners. Next slide. We bring before you an ordinance that would serve to make our city commission meetings more efficient and provide more decorum during the meeting. Currently, right now, we do have a rules of engagement under Chapter 2, subsection 2-26, I believe. And in reviewing it, we did make some minor clerical corrections. Now, state law also allows the city commissioner certain abilities during the public comment section. And that is, of course, you can't have dialogue with public speakers, but you can do 3 things. You can make a statement of fact, You can make a statement concerning policy. And my favorite one is you can propose that the item be placed on a future agenda item or direct staff to speak to that constituent, right? And so we clarify that. We also, not that this city commission has any issues, but for future city commission, we did add some disciplinary procedures. We have them within the ethics code. In this instance, we added it for the quorum of the meetings, right? Again, I don't perceive this to be an issue with this particular city commission, but in the future, you never know. And this gives the ability of the city commission with a 2/3 vote to either sanction or adopt some kind of disciplinary action against a fellow commissioner if they don't adhere to the decorum rules that you have for citizens, right? So this makes it fair. If citizens have to follow certain guidelines, city commission should as well. It should set the example. Again, not that this commission or the prior commission has done that. But it's best practice and it's done in other cities. We also, because we've had issues with exhibits, displays, and visual aids, have added the requirement that citizens, we know who's going to be speaking. They can give it to the city secretary prior to the commencement of the meeting, right? The passing out of the documents adds time to how long the meeting runs. The city already has the ability to enforce disruption of the meeting. What we are letting the public know is that it is actually a penal offense under the penal code. Not necessarily a violation of our code per se, but we did add language in there just copying what state law already says. The biggest change is clarifying what the public comments are for. Now, I've obviously worked with you all, and I know you all very well. I don't think you all have turned away a constituent who wanted to meet with you one-on-one. And so I have no concerns with clarifying that in the rules for public comments, speakers, when they come to the meeting, should be speaking on agenda items only. State law only requires that you allow individuals to speak before an item is acted on. And that's either during, like we have earlier, public hearings or prior to the action being taken. And we do have public comments at the beginning. And so this amendment would require that any individual that wants to provide public comments would do so on the items that are posted on the agenda. We also, we haven't had this issue because a lot of us speak Spanish here. And so this might not be an issue, but in the instance in the future, we do have a translator if we need to provide, and we have possibly a new city manager, they might not know Spanish. This would grant them additional time, right? Because we'll have that back and forth between the person speaking Spanish and the person translating for them. Of course, if we have a city manager that doesn't understand Spanish, we also have headphones we can give them. We can alternate that interpreter can interpret the Spanish to English for them. We currently already prohibit filibustering, and that is in our level, that is when an individual uses their time to just talk, to make the meeting go longer. And so we have rules already for that, but what we don't have is moments of silence. And really, when the moments of silence are done during public comments, it doesn't serve any purpose of speaking on the agenda. And that impairs the ability of others to speak before the commission, right? So it takes away from another person's ability to speak before you all. We are providing procedures for removal of disruptive attendees. Again, that's something that we can already do, but this now codifies it. The other change that I think is necessary, or I recommend, is when groups of speakers come, We currently allow individuals to come, let's say it's the same item, and they come, they speak for 3 minutes each. What a lot of cities do is they have, if you're going to speak on a topic and it's a group, in this instance for us, given the number of speakers we have, 5 individuals who come to present on the same item, they're a group, they all communicate with each other to come together. They would be required to select one of them amongst themselves to be your representative and speak for the group. And instead of 3 minutes, they would have 5 minutes to speak before you all. Of course, this is the first reading, so this can be modified as y'all choose. We didn't have any guidance for public hearings, and so we added those, and it just reiterates what is required by the speakers during public comments. And we also provided rules for conducting the public hearings and rules for use of audio and video equipment. And so this amendment is designed to make the meetings more effective and provide the ability for those that want to speak before commission on agenda items to have that ability. Those that want to speak to you all on items that are not on the agenda can still do so. And as I said earlier, I don't know any of you all that have turned away a constituent. They can still provide comments by email, calling you. All those avenues are still open because this meeting is a posted meeting. It is recommended that you adopt these amendments so that it's clear that we're here to do business of the city. That business is what's on the agenda. And there's time for constituents to reach out to you all if you all decide to have that discussion with them. The next slide. And I believe that concludes the presentation. If y'all have any questions, concerns, anything you'd like to see different, be happy to
I have a
entertain.
question. Everything on there was about basically public comment?
Correct.
Public hearing.
So what was that audio and video recording? What are you limiting them, or what's going on?
So we're not eliminating anything. We're actually, we're adding that you can record.
Okay, that you
the
can
meeting.
record.
You can.
That was
We're
it.
gonna, obviously, practice has been that you can't pass the banister. So it has to be in an area, so there's designated areas already where they can put their cameras up where it's not blocking other participants. And so we're not prohibiting it, we're just making it clear it is allowed, but
Okay.
there's a place for it.
Perfect, thank you.
So you know how we've had students from the university come in and kind of like exercise their right? Would that still be allowed or no? Because it doesn't really speak to a specific thing, item on the agenda.
Right, so they wouldn't be able to come and present, let's say, during public comments, but they could reach out to the city secretary's office or the city manager's office, and it can become part of the city manager's update. Or a presentation on the agenda like other organizations do before.
Kind of
commission.
like we've done with the Youth Advisory Board,
Right.
right? Like they don't come do public comment, they're part of. the
They
city
come and they
managers.
present before the commission. And usually it's a group that has already reached out to the city secretary's office or city manager's office and has, you know, for lack of a better word, booked the time on the agenda.
So on the one hand, we're curbing freedom of speech to maybe mainstream our meetings and make them more like quicker, because sometimes we're here many hours.
Correct. It is a limited forum, and if there's concern about people's First Amendment rights, I mean, I think these are reasonable and narrowly tailored to allow the individuals to speak, but at the same time, engage the business appropriately and effectively.
You mentioned rules of conduct for public hearings. What, can you provide more detail on that?
Right, so currently for speakers in the public comment section, you know, we do give them 3 minutes. Essentially, all the rules that you can't address one individual. You have to address the body as a full. Those were just reiterated for the public hearings. Not that that has occurred, but we want to prevent that from occurring. And the reason I can see someone wanting to, if we leave the loophole, I can see someone wanting to come under the auspice of speaking on the agenda during a public hearing and start using that moment to start violating what would have been the rules for public comments.
Thank you so much for this. Well, I feel just in the last, we do a lot of public engagements, a lot of town halls. We have our boots on the ground and we try to be as accessible, and we want to hear concerns from individuals. I know sometimes individuals can't make it to City Hall because it's sometimes the first and the third. It's always on the first and the third Tuesday, but they have the accessibility to be live. And so when we have our town halls, we talk about one item, and then we take in comments and we have this dialogue that makes it more accessible, but at the same time, it's being able to hear out from others and their perspective, and we take that into account when making decisions. However, what I have noticed that due to some of these and the topic of conversations and due to political tensions, whether on social media or just around, I have noticed that it does get heated. There could be reasons to believe that safety could be a concern. And so I do like to have this expectation and a structure. And I've seen some of these, I could see how you guys came about it based off of experience. And just to ensure that we have the integrity and we ensure that we have that focus of the meeting and that redirection of the meeting. A lot of people sometimes like to go here and there, and because we have that accessibility, they want to be talking about so many things. Well, on the contrary, when it's just about one topic. So this, I think, is a good thing. I thank you for your time to be able to look at this, because I see that you also adopted from what other cities have done. So it's based off of experience and research, and I think this will be a good thing. And I think this is just something that we can post at the beginning of either our city commission meetings and the town halls to set that expectation, just like a classroom, right? Just ensuring that we maintain the integrity and the time of the constituents as well. So thank you so much, and I look forward to seeing how this will be implemented.
Right, and to piggyback off of what you said too, I believe the city manager's office, along with IT, and I think it was that a couple of y'all's ideas, was to have websites, right? And so these websites would allow constituents to go on, find out information about the district or at large. They'd also have the ability to submit comments. Depending on how the website's designed, they would have the opportunity to submit comments or request meetings with you all through that avenue too. So there are other avenues of communicating with their elected officials.
I had one last quick clarification. When a public citizen wants to make a public comment, now that they have to regard an item, is that going to be part of the application, or when they come up, do they have to specify what item they're speaking to?
Right, so when they submit, if this is adopted, or depending on how it's adopted and what version, we will have to update the public speaker
form,
application form.
Yes.
And so that is something that the city secretary's office will have to do.
Thank you.
And currently, it is an option on the form that they submit. It's, gives them the ability to, of course, we're removed, like what they want to speak, and only allow the item to select consent agenda, public hearing, or, board and commission. So that's already an option on there, like for the item itself.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I am torn on that item about the agenda items only. As obviously being in this seat, it is hard sometimes to hear people that are just, they are grandstanding, and that's what they use it for constantly, right? And but it's always really been their right here, that this is the public's city hall, right? That they should have the right to come in and talk to us. And by limiting their ability to do that, and I know we all are responsive, right? It is a, again, we're setting policy. for potential future city commissions, right? So I'd like to talk about this a little bit more, in my opinion. I just think I really don't want to do a disservice to the community because I do think people feel that they can come talk to us in any forum, including this type of situation. So I am torn on this.
Right, right. And so, I mean, if it's the commission's desire, of course, you can table that. We can have further discussions. If you also want to consider, you can, instead of having agenda items only, you can say agenda items or as related to city business.
And I think that, to me, that's more appropriate because that opens it up to any issues that they have
I could support that.
that we could potentially address.
Right.
And it's not, I think we want to reduce the amount of ability, just kind of wasting our time as a city commission, right?
Right.
And that does happen from time to time. But I am wary of reducing the amount of ability to address us as a body, right? There is value to that. If I were as a private citizen, I would want the ability to do that.
Okay.
So I think there's some refinement we can probably do there.
I agree with you, Mayor. I do think, the public has a right to come and talk to us. The only thing that I do ask is that them be respectful. Because in the short time that I've been here, I know people sometimes get excited and, we're not here to be run over. We're here to listen. But I'm the type of person, if you're gonna come and yell at me, well, then I'll just turn off the little button and just think about something else. But all I ask is for them to be respectful and, call the mayor by mayor, not by first name, because that really bothers me. And as far as the commissioners too, we all have to be held at a higher standard. And I believe, us as city commissioners, we cannot yell at the public, but then again, have some type of respect towards us as we do to them. But I agree with you, Mayor.
Yeah, I think I'm okay with entertaining the motion for agenda items and city business.
Okay.
To include
So add
that.
the language or city business.
And/or city business.
Okay.
Because the rest of it is fine. I mean, the disruption, there's rules and
Right,
regulations in a
right.
classroom, in a
That's the public
court.
hearing, but
So moved, Mayor.
Yeah.
right. Yeah, so this is a public hearing, so if there's anyone here that wishes to address the commission on this item, please step forward.
Move to close.
We
Second.
have a motion, second to close public hearing. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Move to approve with the language added or city business regarding public comments.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
I'll be nay, only because I really do believe in the freedom of speech. I learned this the first time that I was running. For as difficult as it might be to hear things that are offensive or do not align with the way I think everyone has a right to express themselves.
I voted yay, yes, but I don't see where we're limiting anybody's freedom of speech.
You're saying that you can only speak to things that are on the agenda and related to city business.
I believe it already says that.
Yeah, so I'm saying that you can speak if
No, it already says it, it's already in our chart. How does it read right now?
Right now, let me look.
Because every time we read it right before it, they say exactly, everything that's on here is, I don't even know why this is in front of us.
Right, so it says, no speaker may use public comment to address issues which are unrelated to city
Yeah,
business.
There you go. Same thing.
/ jurisdiction. So we narrowed it down to commission agenda, but
But we reopened it to city business.
To city
I think the only change is that minute of silence, moments of silence, the representative speakers, uh, which at the end of the day, if they don't know each other, they're not gonna get, everybody's gonna speak about. We always suspend the rules anyways, so I don't. But thank you.
I just would like to say I enjoy Mr. Velez's comment. And I would like for them to continue. So,
But again, that is city business. He's talking about like an ordinance we have, so. So yeah, you would still listen to him. You're going to.
All right,
Okay.
so
So
ayes
6,
have it.
4, 1
Motion
against.
carries.
Perfect. Moving on to the public hearing number 8. It's a public hearing in action on the first reading on ordinance number 2026-1796 to amend the chapter 46 Environment, Article 3 Noise to clarify the regulations related to the unreasonable noise.
Yes, next slide. So Mayor and City Commission, this is just cleaning up our noise ordinance. Currently it prohibits solid waste collection before 7 a.m. in all zoned areas. We have agreed with the city's franchisee, Republic, to commence collection earlier. And this would just clean up this particular ordinance. And the reason for this is safety issues. They cited safety issues with if they picked up at 7, it would not only just push back their ability to pick up all the solid waste that they need to for that day and drop it off at the landfill. But they also have been experiencing rush hour traffic, backing out of blind alleyways, school zones, especially school zones. And really, they're competing with everybody else that's rushing to work or school. And so they've asked to start at 6 a.m. in the areas that are zone commercial and industrial only. Residential will remain at 7 a.m. I will say the prior franchisee for commercial solid waste allegedly was collecting the trash before 6 a.m. And it was in contrary to the noise ordinance, but they were allowed by their contract, right? Which if y'all remember was month to month because we were pending a new contractor. And so this is still a little later than was previously done, but this will allow them to be able to collect on time and also not have to deal with all the other safety issues that they have in the commercial areas.
Any questions or comments, Commission? All right, this is a public hearing. If there's anyone here that wishes to address the commission on this item, please step forward.
Move to close.
All
Second.
right, we have a motion second to close public hearing. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
move to approve. Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Public hearing number 9. Is a public hearing and the action, I'm on the first reading on ordinance number 2026-1795 to amend chapter 6 of the amusements and entertainment of the City of Brownsville's Code of Ordinances to add Article 4, establishing the Midtown Entertainment District along Highway 69 from Medea Luna Road to Morrison Road and along Highway 77 to Central Boulevard between Morrison Road and Medea Luna Road along the Pablo Casel Boulevard and Ruben M. Torres and its point of intersection with Seville Boulevard to regulate the bars and restaurants, adding the civil and the criminal penalties.
Mayor and City Commission, hello again. This is being proposed, as you all know, because we've had quite a bit of issue with the crime in the area. More recently, we had a individual that got stabbed. And so we have attempted to work with a lot of the businesses. If y'all recall, at y'all's direction, we sent letters to the operators on Pablo Casel and the surrounding area, asking them to comply, or we would engage the Attorney General's office to do their enforcement. And the police department also, they submitted a letter to the operators with best practices, what the Attorney General recommends. Fast forward 6-7 months, we now have a situation where we've had some stabbings. And so we are proposing the creation of this, what we're calling the Midtown Entertainment District. What this would do is would serve to eliminate a current loophole that allows what we call wet restaurants to be able to continue operating into late hours, right? They'll stop serving food at a little bit before midnight, 11, and they continue selling alcohol past midnight without any additional security measures. And this includes bars as well. This would regulate bars as well. Next slide. And so we are proposing a two-step solution to the current issue. The first one is the establishing the Midtown Entertainment District. It is immediate. As soon as it is adopted and published in the newspaper, then it would be our local law. It is limited. State law allows us to designate a central business area as an entertainment district and adopt regulations for it. It would eliminate this wet restaurant loophole and regulate other bars, and would require enhanced security and age verification measures. Now, the reason why the two-step, the city is using the zoning powers as well to make amendments to the UDC via requiring bars or restaurants, what have you, to use the specific use permit. So we'll be coming back with an amendment for the UDC that planning will explain. The reason why we're not doing that right now is it's not immediate. It does require publication. It requires public hearings. It will have to go before the P&Z. They would have to make a recommendation and then go before you all. Very similar to what happened earlier with the zoning items that you all heard earlier. Under this second step, we can include Pablo Casel Boulevard, and so it might be redundant for that area, but I prefer redundancy. But you can include the downtown area, and you can include other areas of the city. It could even be citywide. The reason why we're not doing this alone is because the established bars that are already in operation would be grandfathered in. So they would be legal non-conforming. So even if we were to adopt regulations in the UDC, we wouldn't be able to enforce them on these businesses until they either shut down for a period of time or they close down or something happens to the business, is destroyed for a period of time. The UDC amendments would eliminate the loophole as well and would require enhanced security and age verification measures. So two-step solution. One, adopt the Midtown Entertainment District. The next one is adopt the UDC with amendments that require a specific use permit, but it would be applicable for all new bars. Next slide. So this ordinance would establish the Midtown Entertainment District in consultation with PD and planning. We have looked at areas along Highway 69, 77, Pablo Casel, Ruben M. Torres, and we'll show you a map shortly. It's to regulate entertainment-oriented businesses like bars, nightclubs, down halls, the wet restaurants that serve alcohol and operate late at night. And the goal is really to reduce conflicts with surrounding properties. There are some residential neighborhoods that have come and complained at some of our zoning hearings about the situation with the nightclubs or bars or restaurants, and maintain public welfare with security, lighting, and crowd management standards. Next slide. So this is the proposed overlay for the Midtown Entertainment District. As you can see, it runs along Highway 69 from Media Luna Road to Morrison Road, and along Highway 77 to Central Boulevard between Morrison Road and Media Luna Road, and along Pablo Casel to the point of its intersection with just south of Espada Grande Avenue, and then along Ruben M. Torres to its point of intersection with Seville Boulevard. This is the area where we have had quite a bit of the activity, not just with BYOB establishments along Ruben and Torres, but also with Pablo Casal. Next slide. So the key provisions is we would be defining what bar and drinking establishments. It's those licensed venues that are earning more than 51% revenue from on-premise alcohol sales after midnight. And we would restrict the hours between 12 a.m. and 2 a.m. Under the alcoholic beverage code, we are able to regulate open containers. A lot of cities use this to create an entertainment district where they allow drinking out in the public. And some cities use it to prohibit it. So we would be prohibiting it because obviously we want them to be able to enjoy the business to function, but with people inside and then leaving in a safe way. And so the requirements for these establishments, I'm just going to use bars as a general catch-all, but it would prohibit BYOB. They would have to comply with the article. If they don't comply, then we would revoke their certificate of occupancy. Staff cannot drink while on duty. They have to have at least one security officer per 75 occupants during these restricted hours. They have to provide adequate lighting and surveillance cameras and keep the recordings for 14 days. Next slide. They would be required to have age restrictions and post signage about that and verify with electronic ID verification during those hours. There is an exception if under Texas law, if they're married or they're with a parent or guardian. And then open container, what we are allowed to prohibit or allow, we are prohibiting it on public streets, siteways, and alleys within the district, except for authorized special events with permits, inside private buildings or the residents themselves, or licensed establishments. Next slide. The key with the Texas Alcoholic and Beverage Code is we are preempted with quite a bit. And I know that I've heard comments that we are reiterating and some redundancy with TABC, right? I've heard, well, TABC already doesn't allow this, or they require this. And that might be true. The problem is TABC is not an enforcement arm, very similar to what we heard with Millwhite, where Millwhite, the TCEQ themselves and the Attorney General's office told us they're not all about enforcement. They're more about getting people into compliance. With TABC, they just don't have the staff to go out there and conduct the type of surveillance or inspections that we can. And so it doesn't override state alcohol laws, it complements it, and it gives us the ability to enforce what TABC requires, but we're going to enforce it locally, right? Because we do have the staff, we do have the officers out there on the field. And then as far as violations for the operators or businesses, it would be, if it's a health and safety violation, it could be up to $2,000 per violation per day. For all others, $500. And then if the criminal aspect of it is not working, we would go and do civil enforcement and sue the establishment. And of course, revoke their CO. Next slide. And so this is an attempt to address the current issue that we have in this area. In my opinion, which is not a legal perspective, it's not heavy-handed on businesses because it's a lot of what they have to comply with already. And this, the city has attempted to work with a lot of the property owners and give them notice as well. And so we still have issues. Some of them are not compliant. Not saying all of them are the problem, but for those few that have been an issue, this is an attempt to address it and have some enforcement for the police department to be able to go in there and require the lighting, the security, and all the other things. Do you have any questions?
Yes. I've got a lot of them.
Right.
So please bear with me. I met with several bar owners in this area to try and understand their problems. And I do understand them. And I was fortunate to ride with the police department to see with my own eyes the problems that are occurring. So these bars do not have the sufficient parking. And we'll start there for that shopping center. 13 bars and only 86 parking spaces is not good. I just don't understand how these bars were even able to open up with so little parking, because now it's become a parking issue because they're parking across the street, other locations, and their cars are getting towed. Next, I have very little patience for people fighting in the streets, not being able to control their alcohol. So during my time, we spoke with Brownsville PD because obviously the security that they had before was not working. I went as far as trying to talk to the union with the police department to try and come to an agreement to get Brownsville PD to do the security, because what was in place was not working. And I know I reached out to you, Mr. Trevino, probably, what was it, right before Christmas, beginning of the month of December. And you and I had a long conversation. And I told you, something has to be done. I'm getting too many phone calls on these issues that are occurring at these bars. I think I have other things that I need to do within the city than attending to these fights that are occurring every week. I don't know if they're getting any better, any worse, but something needs to be done. As a city commissioner, I do take responsibility for letting all these bars open up in that one small area. But I'm tired of seeing the individuals behave the way they are. We need to put a stop to it, and we need to put a stop to it now. I am very, very upset. I do not want a citizen injured, killed, because we didn't do our job. And it makes me very upset. I'm all about small businesses, 100%. But I'm not going to take responsible for a citizen being hurt, killed, as we already have one in the hospital right now because of someone's bad intentions and someone cannot behave. So one officer per 75 people is not enough. You were asking for the officer to get injured or killed if something may arise. I think we need to get Brownsville PD in there. If we're going to have an entertainment district, we need Brownsville PD to do the security. Because if anything happens inside that establishment or outside in the parking lot, they're going to have to call Brownsville PD anyway. So why not have them there already? They'll take care of it. I know they will. If we have to go take out the paddy wagon, I'm all for that too. But these kids are going to learn that they need to behave. We cannot get anybody hurt. Thank you.
And so,
I just wanted to make a comment. So some of these seem like common sense. However, they have to go through certain procedures because it's the state that requires this. Is it federal law or state law?
for some of the requirements like,
Filing
not
and,
drinking while you're on duty, selling alcohol, that is, that's what TABC requires. You get supposed to receive training. That's an example of where it's a little redundant. But a lot of the times TABC is not present to enforce it, and so this would give the department the opportunity and the ability to enforce it.
and for clarification, when we're talking about restaurant establishments that are extending alcohol sales after 12 a.m.
Correct.
And so they would have to limit themselves 12 till 2.
Correct.
And that includes bar and grill, or just, it sounds like a gray area. Can you clarify a little bit more on that?
Right, so we define the establishments to be, bar or drinking establishment, right, as a catch-all. And so it would include your restaurants that stay open after hours, but they may no longer serve food anymore because the kitchen's closed. Of course, bars, nightclubs. We're gonna add a few more premises onto this. But that would be the intent, and they have to derive their sales from more than 51% of the gross revenue has to be from the sale of on-premise consumption.
So like sports bar grill. They sell food and then they would have to stop selling food at a certain time in order to qualify. Explain
Right,
that.
right. So a lot of your restaurants, they're called wet restaurants. Their kitchen might close at 11 or midnight, but they will continue selling alcohol past the time that the kitchen's closed, right? So the bar will remain open, but then the kitchen will close, right? And so those are an example of ones that are going through the loophole of staying past midnight open, selling the alcohol but not providing the food, and therefore their proceeds between that time, between 12 midnight and 2 a.m., is well over the 51%.
And what if they profit more over the alcohol and want to continue till 2 a.m.? Will they have to, can they change their name?
No, it would.
Or the license?
Right.
So they'll have
Their
to go
license.
through the proper and change their license.
If they're gonna change, if they're gonna change their ability to sell different types of alcohols past certain times, then they would have to go through TABC to get that approved, right? Because TABC is a licensing agency. But if they are like a restaurant and they decide that they're going to turn into a nightclub at 11 o'clock, right? So kitchen closes at 11 o'clock, they're going to turn into a nightclub, and then they just sell alcohol, right? They don't really have any appetizers or anything like that. That's what we're trying to capture. We're trying to capture those because they're technically a loophole to where they don't have a lot of these requirements.
And also, to add, on the application from the state, when they submit it, there's a section where they can check off they need late hours, a certificate for us to approve it. And
Right.
there's the fee.
And that's actually a good point too. One thing, I don't know if we do this here, but in other cities where I've been, when we get an application from the state, TABC, we then would share it with the district council member. And then that district council member could then check with their neighborhood to see if they were okay with it. And if they weren't, then we would participate in the process of appealing that with TABC and fighting it, right? And so we do receive these applications, and if that's something that the commission wants us to do, then that's something that we can add. And then
Are you just capturing 51% and over? So you're capturing a bar?
I believe they have to submit applications for all.
Yes,
Yes.
everybody has to, but my question is, you're talking about like,
Oh, in this ordinance,
yeah, so La Troje, Mi Pueblito, Toscafino, they're all restaurants. Do they stay open past 12? I guess in certain occasions they may. I know one of them probably does a lot more than the others. But those are restaurants, right? They're restaurants. They have under 51% alcohol sale. And the state, that's the way the state defines it. Are you capturing everybody? If they're open from 12 to 12:45 and they have over 75 people at a certain time or all day, or how does it work? Like, or is it the occupancy or what are you all doing? with it?
right, yeah, so this would be applicable if it's a restaurant and their kitchen closes at, well, before midnight or 11 o'clock.
11:30.
Let's say 11:30. But they continue staying open because the bar is open till 2. then we would have them, we would require them, because the cells are after the restricted hours, we would require them to have the lighting, the security guard, and the camera.
Okay. And then another question is, are you going off of occupancy or what are you going off of?
For the
Yeah,
percent cells?
'cause, I mean, it's 75 occupants during restricted hours. Is
Yeah,
it-
I believe we would, if, of course, now to Commissioner De Leon's comment, if we need to increase the number of licensed security officers for occupants, we can. But yes, we are going off of COs.
COs. Do most of those bars, I think our big issue is One Plaza, and I think we're trying to overextend personally, but what I'm looking at is, do they even have over 75? I think most of those bars are 2,500 square feet. I don't know what the size is. Do we have planning here? How big are those? 2,500? 2,000? So what is the occupancy, the legal occupancy? What is it, Martin? Do you know off the top of your head what it would be, give or take? I don't think it's going to be 75. Or you,
Are we already open?
and the reason I'm asking this is, I mean, if we're gonna do something, well, you got to make sure that it's, because I don't know what the occupancy is. I guess you can answer this first.
It's gonna vary, Commissioner. We don't have the data right now. If we have a specific building, you want us to bring you that data, we can bring it for you. The occupant load is calculated based on the assembly use. And it can vary based on the area of the consumption, either drinks or meals.
Okay, the dive, or now it's called the 80s bar, how big is that? And what is your occupancy there? On paper? 168, and that's 3,500. Okay, and you all are from, 78 people? And it's how many square feet? About 2,000 or what? I can't.
1,500.
1,500, okay, thank you. So you probably capture everybody, I think that's the smaller ones. I'm just wondering.
Right. And this is something that we, De Leon and I were in my office measuring it. My office is about, what was it, 250 square feet?
250, that was what we're measuring in your office.
Right, yeah,
200.
250 square feet. And we were trying to determine, that's, because we were looking at the parking ratios.
Well, there is a parking ratio. What is it? 75 square feet per, or what's the number per commercial?
So it would be similar to a restaurant. There would be one vehicle parking space for every 300 square feet.
So one for every 300. So for a bar, it would be about 5.
Well, if
For
it's,
1,500 square feet.
well, if it's 1,500, yeah.
Yeah, for the one that's 1,500, and they have an occupancy of 78. I think we got to fix that somehow. I know it's tough, because then we get the other side, right?
And just to clarify, I mean, it does create, when the UDC was adopted, parking calculations or the parking ratios were adjusted to be more flexible.
Yeah.
Because before the UDC, we had the issue where.
You couldn't fit anybody in a plaza anymore.
Well, the developer of a plaza would say, well, all the suites are gonna be office space. And the office space is the use that requires the least amount of parking. And they would do that so that they could yield more suites and less parking.
Okay. And then they
Then-
flip it after.
Then a year later, they say, well, we want to put in a restaurant, we want to put in a bar, or one of those uses that requires a high amount of parking. Then they would be caught in the situation, or the department also would be caught in the situation where we wouldn't let them proceed with their certificate of occupancy because the parking regulations were too strict. With the adoption of the UDC, they were relaxed to basically put the burden on the tenant, well, on the landlord and the tenant. They're renting the space, knowing that perhaps there might not be enough parking. Also,
It's
we
a fine line. I
Right.
understand where you're going.
and
It's
we
a
also
fine-
provided ways out, like parking agreements or hours of operation. agreements so that parking could be used by certain businesses that require a high amount of parking and use, maybe adjacent businesses, the parking that's vacant from adjacent businesses that are not operating, let's say, into late hours of the night.
which now get towed. Uh, Chief, I have a question for you, Chief. What do you believe our biggest issue is? I mean, I think we all know right now, correct me if I'm wrong, that our biggest issue is on that Pablo que said, that one plaza, that is where most of our incidents are happening. I think we had one downtown this weekend, but before that, it could have been months, years since we've heard something as public as that one. Why do you think it's happening there? I think I know an answer, but I want to hear it from you.
So that is correct, sir. Our area of concern is the public sale area, unfortunately. There's saturation, right, of bar goers, if you would. From Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, what we experienced during the holidays was that they were actually going throughout the week, if you would. So we changed our method of operation as well, so we could be able to accommodate what it is that we need. What we know that now works from an operation perspective is presence. So there's underage individuals that are attending these bars. There's a lot of that we see, that we come in contact with. And of course, we have individuals that are coming out of these establishments that have consumed a lot more than what they should have consumed. I'm not saying that the bar did or didn't do their due diligence. The fact is that some of these individuals may walk in there already, in that state. So we have seen a significant difference, but it's costing the department, the city, and the rest of the community a lot. It's costing us approximately, give or take, about $2,800 a night per se to run an operation. At the end of the day, if we stay consistent with what it is that we're doing, which is Friday and Saturday, every Friday and Saturday throughout the year, it's about $250,000, over a year's time. At the end of the day, we're not anti-business. We're here for everyone. We're here to make sure that we provide the safety necessary for the entire community. The fact remains that we're willing to work with them. This is just another working tool. We're willing to listen to them. We've tried since June of this year. So we do know for a fact that presence works. And if we can get any assistance in that matter by way of regulation, by way of policy, or by way of working together, I think that we will succeed in making all these establishments a lot safer.
Yeah, so I definitely agree with you. I think underage drinking is a huge issue we have going on there. The young man who was stabbed was 19 years old. So nobody can tell us that there's no underage drinking there. He came out of one of those bars. He was buying shots, is what I heard from his parents, and he was stabbed in the neck. So you're 100% right. We have to fix it. Now, I just don't want to overcompensate or over adjust. I want to make sure that we fix the issues that we have, but I really don't think it's fair for, you're going down to Central Boulevard, I don't know where. I haven't seen those issues there. So how can we make it like a pilot program? Hey, guys, you either fix it. This is what's going on. Here you go. Here's your first 6 months. Take care of it. Stop the underage drinking or shut them down. I do not understand why TABC is not there. I have a restaurant. They go do stings at my restaurant, but they're not doing bars. Is it the time? Is it the hours? I don't know what it is, but we need to stop the underage drinking, not just for the bars, not just for the fights. They're not supposed to drink, guys. They're not supposed to drink. And I look at you all because you all have bars, right? I'm not saying that they're drinking at your bars, but kids are drinking. My son is 22 years old. I will not let him go near any one of those bars down there. And it's not because I don't trust you all. I don't trust people who are there. And that is just the way it is, right? I'm sure you all wouldn't want to have your kids out there getting stabbed either. So I think we really have to figure out what we're doing. I think this is a great step. Is it tough? Yeah, it definitely is. We have to figure out what's the cost for one security. I don't think I agree with Commissioner De Leon. One security is not going to be able to take care of it. And nobody's going to work for 2 hours. I don't even think PD works for 2 hours. I think it's 4-hour shifts.
That's correct.
So,
yes,
so we, I mean, we're putting 2 hours. The truth is it's 4. What's the cost? What's the issue? I think we spoke about it at one point, Chief, and we were not allowed to do it. It's for them to have to hire PD. And if our cost is $2,800, hey man, you guys, are you willing to do it? We want to follow the rules, right? It's just, how can we get it done? And I think that that's also a legal question, obviously, for the commission to try to figure out. I agree with what Commissioner De Leon said. I think the mayor said it on the other agenda item that we had as well. We're all pro-business. We all want you all to succeed, but we can't have one life lost because of it, right? And we have to put a stop to it now. We don't want to become a Callan, right? We don't want those issues that they have over there every single weekend. And now the truth is, we have them every single weekend. All we're missing is stabbings and shots now, but we have fights every weekend. I mean, we just got to go on Facebook. Everybody has Facebook. So let's figure it out and let's really try to get it done. And we have to stop it now. Thank you.
So I like to see things like from a different perspective. And so I want to share this with our bar owners that we have here for whatever it's worth, because ultimately, I'm pretty sure you're sitting here because, and we keep saying we're pro-business because it's going to affect your pocketbook, period, right? And that's not ultimately the goal. I think the goal is trying to figure out, like Commissioner Cardenas said, how can we help each other? Because I also think of it in a different light. I think of it that you feel that with your current revenues, this is going to burden your bar and you might have to close. I think that adding protection in that whole district will increase the amount of people that go to your bars, and you'll actually get adults with paying jobs, not mommy and daddy's credit cards, that are going to maybe even frequent your bar more, and your revenue might be able to handle peace officers. Me personally, I see here security officer. In my line of work, it's not nightlife. It's my line of work. A security officer is $17 an hour. A peace officer is $45 an hour. You need someone that has arrestability, right? That's the difference between a security guard and a peace officer. Is it a peace officer, whether they're a police, constable, sheriff, or whatever you might have out there, right? They have the ability to arrest and detain. A security officer is going to go hide in the back and wait for someone to call PD. And that's kind of what's been going on down there, right? But I see it as an investment, and I do agree that maybe it's a pilot. Like, I just see it as something that, I know it seems like harsh, but I do see it as, I'm gonna just give you one last thing. Like, we used to take, I work at I'm an athletic director, head football coach, and the most painful thing of my job after coaching a football game was having the ticket sellers and the concession stand people bring all the money bags to my office, and then I'd have to count the money, and I'd have three additional witnesses there that would have to double count, and we'd all have to sign that we all got the same amount. And then we'd have to put it in cash deposit boxes, and we'd have to go to the main office with security and then leave them in the cash deposit box. Thank you to COVID, we decided to go cashless, and they decided to put cameras everywhere. I didn't see that as a hurtful thing. I saw it as protection for me. I said, thank God I don't have to do this anymore. It puts me in a protective area. I think that as bar owners, you might want to see this ordinance as something that protects you. Because I do believe that if you have a peace officer and every bar, because of an ordinance, is forced to have, it's not like you're paying and your neighbor's not paying. Now you have a plaza, like Commissioner De Leon said, there's 13 bars around there. Well, at least some are 3,500 square feet, some are 1,500 square feet. At least minimum, you have 13 police officers or peace officers on duty that night. You might have 20, depending on the square footage, that are already off duty but hired by you, that have arrestability. And guess what that peace officer is going to do? They're not going to go hide because they know that there's 20 of them around there. They have immediate backup, not just by the time our PD gets there, which they'll get there in a hurry. But if you know you have backup, you're more likely to be able to communicate and put a stop to this and change the clientele. Change the clientele. So for me, in agreement with what everybody else said up here, I mean, it just, we have to be socially responsible. I really do believe that, you know, just we're at a point where if we don't react, and with you, if we can't get all on board and react together, we're going to start having the weekly fights that will be weekly stabbings. And we've had a couple of guns out there, and we'll start having a little bit more of that. I do believe that this could be a pilot, but I do believe that this, for now, it's targeted there, but eventually, if this is a safe zone, eventually, right? These are gonna be problems that are gonna happen everywhere else in the city. It'll start happening downtown, it'll start happening everywhere else. So I know that part of the, maybe the reason you're here is to say, hey, man, do a citywide. Don't just create don't just isolate us. So I do value that too, because I also see here, and not to point them out, but I did see that the Rio Grande Valley, this in 2025 sold $193 million of alcohol. And I do know that on one of the top lists in there was a bar that's not in this zone right here. So eventually that parking lot may become the new TikTok parking lot. Right. And I think that those are things that when we want to look at them, it's taking a very serious look at this because it is, we know where the problem is now. We want to work together to create safe social areas for the citizens of Brownsville. But like anything else, you know that we're now you know where the peace officers are. So guess what? You'll go somewhere else and the problem will start in someone else's parking lot. So I do agree that it needs to be piloted, looked at, tried, and I do think that we need to work together to protect this. And I do believe that the clientele will change. Brownsville's changing, guys. The old days, our demographics are changing. There's a lot more business people moving here, young people, right? And young people that make a decent living. And they're looking for safe places to go out. Okay, and if we can't provide that for them, they'll do it at their homes. I know that I prefer to go homes than to go out. But if there was a safety, I would love to go and contribute to your establishment, because I do the same way I try to go to. We just had Toddle Inn. I try to frequent local businesses because that's how we keep each other alive. Right. And so I wanted you to kind of maybe see it from that perspective and give us feedback on the microphone on how we can help you.
And honestly, I thank you all because I know you guys have been here, waiting here since 5 p.m. and, you know, we're already at 8. And you guys have always attended all the town halls in regards to that area. And I want to thank you for your input, for continuing to show up because there's power in presence. Chief, the only thing that I wanted to comment to is lighting out there. I'm not sure we can coordinate with Parks and Rec Department. We can coordinate and also rent out a bunch of those huge LED lightings that we can purposely put on the parking lots. One of the things that, you know, we need to strive for is uncomfortability. And that comes with excessive lighting. When you have those bright LED lights that we can probably rent out at Coastal Rental, work out with the Parks Department. Let's just try it out in one parking lot to put, you know, 10 LED of those strict lighting. Cause you know, in my younger days, way long time ago, when those lights went on at the bar or the club, I mean, it was very uncomfortable. I knew I wanted to go home already. So if we can look into that, I would really appreciate that.
Absolutely, and we have made it part of the requirement for proper lighting. to be in the
Yes, they have
parking
to
lots.
provide more lighting.
Yes.
Maybe we're now like 10, 15, 20, boom, let's do it. A helicopter too, if you can. I'm just joking. But yes, please,
Absolutely.
I want to try it out, see what we can do, a little pilot.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner, the last time I spoke to the bar owners, we had agreed on, I believe, 4 officers out there on working. And we even tried to get each bar owner to go in and pay their share, so it wouldn't be so expensive for one bar owner to fit the whole bill. I mean, because it hurts from the pocketbook. But as your District 3 commissioner, call me. Let's see what we can do. I want to help you. But you got to see where we're coming from. And I will extend the olive branch and we'll get Brownsville PD together. I know Mrs. Galansky and Pedro Cardenas had met with some of the bar owners. I even visited some of the bars. But we're here to help you. We're not here to shut you down or anything like that. But, you know, you give me a call, we'll have lunch. You tell me what you want. You tell me what will work, because obviously we got to do something. What's working is, what's in place right now is not working. But if you all have a comment or whatever, please let us know. There's the mic. I want to hear from you. If not, you can call me and let me know what you want, and I'll help you.
Well, and this is a public comment.
Yeah, so this is a public hearing, so if there's anyone here that wishes to address the commission, please step forward, state your name for the record. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Rick Mossel. I own the Dive Bar in Brownsville and a couple of other bars in Brownsville. I did meet with the commissioners. We did make a big change. We went from the Dive Bar to an 80s and 90s bar like Mr. Villarreal recommended. We saw a huge decrease in revenue. We're trying to survive. We're trying to pay the rent. We're trying to make the bills. It's hard. People our age don't go out 7 days a week. People our age probably don't go out once a week. So we have our challenges. We went from selling $1.6 million a year to selling $450,000 last year by changing, our age group. Not going after the young customers, but going after the older customers. So we paid the bill. We're trying to get through. I'm here to speak about the proposed Midtown Entertainment District, right? Everyone here wants safer nightlife. I mean, so do we. As owners of businesses, we don't like to see the fights. We don't like the stabbings. We don't like the violence. It doesn't bring more business. You are correct. It's hard for us to be able to do it, though. Most of the problems are outside of the business after 2 a.m., after we have no control. Our security goes outside and stops a fight and gets stabbed or hits somebody, they get sued. So the liability turns to us now. So now we're liable not only for the drinks we serve and everything else, but what happens after 2 a.m. All of the commissioners, I think, here that spoke tonight all said the same thing. There's one issue, one plaza. That's where all the issues are coming from. Yet this ordinance talks about going all the way to Central Boulevard, going all the way down to, not downtown, of course, but all the way around the city with the exception of downtown. If this is going to be done, it has to be done within the city, I think. I don't think that there should be restrictions. I don't think that that's fair. I think for those of us that met with the chief, that met with the commissioners and made the changes, like we made, we haven't had any fights. We haven't, because we have a different age group. And it does make a huge difference because, people our age aren't looking to fight. We're looking to go home and get to bed and put our pajamas on. But the liability shifts, okay? And when I say liability is when something happens outside of our property, outside of our bar, we're no longer responsible, right? CABC tells us not to get involved. If there is a fight outside, our security is not supposed to go outside because then they become liable, And it's like Brownsville PD, we've seen videos of Brownsville PD at the location trying to stop the fight. These young kids are still not stopping. So if Brownsville PD can't stop them, it's even harder for us to stop them. And it's a challenge and it's something that we want to work together on. But I do feel that if it's going to be something that you guys are going to lock in, it should be for the entire city, not for sections of the city. I think that, I'd like to ask the commissioners to take a little bit of time to discuss this. We can meet again. We can look at the numbers. We can look at where the problems are and we can work together to try to fix the problems. But I don't think the solution is taking an isolated area in Brownsville and making all the bars, restaurants pay for it. It's $65,000 a year. That's what it would cost each business to have one security guard per bar. So I own 3 bars. That would cost me $185,000 to have one security at each bar. I can't afford that, especially not complying with what you guys asked us to comply with. You guys asked us to make sure we put more lighting outside, we did that. You know, make sure we put the cameras up, we did that. You know, make sure we have security guards, we have them. We don't have enough business now to stay open during the week because we've changed our demographic. So we're here asking you as a small business owner, don't put us out of business. It's hard for us to pay the price for other people's mistakes. Thank you.
Hello, Mayor and Commissioners. Going back to what Commissioner De
Sir,
Leon
your
had
name
said.
for the
Please state your
record.
name, please.
Juan Ruiz Jr. I had attended Commissioner De Leon's meeting, and I voiced my concerns and I voiced my frustration that day. And it all goes back to you guys are sick. You guys don't want to pinpoint Pablo Casel Plaza as the main culprit or the main situation, but me and my partner, we do everything that the ordinance says to do. We've done it even way before the ordinance was put. We had constables on. We don't serve no minors. We do everything in our power to make sure that our employees and our customers are safe. Now, since Shots on Palo has opened, there's been 6, 7 new bars that have opened. And that's not our fault. I don't know whose fault that is. The city's allowing the plaza manager, allowing all these new bars to open. And just because now we having these situations where people are getting hurt and stuff like that. And like the other commissioner said, Mr. Cardenas, that man was a minor. I have some points right here. So what I already said, we hire licensed constables, we check IDs at the door, we enforce occupancy limits. The fire marshals go by and they do their checks, and they have shut down other bars before because they are over capacity. Underage drinking and overcrowding come from a lack of enforcement, not a lack of rules. The laws already exist. The problem is that some new bars ignore them. Enforcing existing laws against bad actors will solve more than adding new restrictions that responsible businesses already follow. Me and my partner also own Brewski's Pub and Eatery. I'm all for this ordinance that you're saying, but like going off what Rick Masso said, it is going to cost us a lot of money. And we haven't had no problem at Brewski's because it's a older clientele. We do have a few kids that go in, but we're kind of like during the hours of operations from 11 to around 9 o'clock, we're a family-friendly establishment. So you could bring your kids and you could watch a game, have a drink, eat some food. And then after that, our kitchen closes at 12. And now we have like a little party scene, but it's never hectic. Maybe the bar top fills up, maybe a couple tables open up, but that helps us generate a little bit of revenue. My thing is, like Mr. Gentleman over here said, TABC, I don't know what's going on with them, the lack of employees or the lack of funding, but the main issue that's going on are these minors and all these other bars allowing these minors to go in and drinking. Another issue is you brought in the police. They're doing their best to do their job, but these kids are drinking in their car, leaving full beverages on, or throwing out all their trash in the parking lot, showing up to the bar already drunk. And we turn a lot of people down. Hey man, you've had a little bit too much. You can't consume anything in here. And just because we do that, the other bars don't do that. They're allowing these minors to come in. They're allowing these people drunk to keep consuming. They're allowing all these things to happen, and because of all these situations, now it's falling against us. And we're just asking for a little help. If TABC can't come in, who can we ask to enforce these laws about these minors drinking at these establishments? Thank you very much.
When did you open? Just,
Yeah.
yeah.
2024, February 2024?
So about a year and a half,
Yes, sir.
2 years? So in the last 2 years, we've had about 5 or 6 new bars.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
So, I've met with these gentlemen before, and I remember one of the points that y'all said, and I think I'm hearing it again, is that everyone seems to know where the problem is. And so why can't we just come up with a solution that really targets those problem bars or the problem areas? Instead of, and I know they can change, they can move, maybe right now, X is the popular place, and then where they like to break out in fights, and then 2 months from now, it's Y place. But, I mean, I understand their point. Fuddy-duddies like me are not gonna go, like, sorry, to the Pablo, heck, I'm not even at bars, let's be real. But, so then why punish them or make them spend more money than they have to? Like, so, I'm sorry, I mean, I'm so not your demographic, I'm 51, so, like, it's okay. And so for that, like, we know where the problems are, let's try to do a more focused, solution.
Another
like-
thing,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Mayor, one more thing real quick then. If we were to open this to the whole city, we wouldn't have enough police officers to cover every single restaurant and bar. I mean,
don't
we
think
would
state
be,
law allows us to use PB, Brownsville Police Officers.
they can use them, they can rent them.
Off duty maybe.
Yeah, off duty, we still don't have enough. We have 240. I think we have more restaurants than 240, so. So yeah, we probably not have enough. So it's just, I mean, food for thought.
So I have a question on the map and how it was created and the logic on how this was proposed. So I don't know if the chief or Will, I'm not sure.
Yeah,
You
I
might
don't,
talk through it.
I know that the police department was consulted, but I will defer to planning so that they can explain how they mapped it out.
With the planning department, so we began to identify, the area to the north is the Pablo Quisel Morrison area, and that's kind of where we started, like a smaller geography. Then we started identifying some of those vacant lots that are directly to the north that are going to support entertainment uses in the future. The Embassy Suites is going up there in the future. They're going to have a bar. There's more vacant suites kind of on the, I guess, the northeast boundary of the overlay. And so we're considering those vacant lots, like what's that going to support, right? And then there's also vacant properties. There's large suites that are, completely vacant that we think would support entertainment options in the future, so not just bars, but venues, entertainment venues, maybe comedy clubs, things like that we know are going to serve alcohol. So we want to be proactive on how we address those. And so it kind of started from a small geography, and then just through conversations with PD, just started to expand further south along the expressway, and then further to the east.
Well, I think all of us up here and probably in the audience know where this problem's coming from. Or what's causing it. I do not understand how 13 bars could even operate in that one little plaza. I think Stevie Wonder would have been able to say, hey, you know what, it's pretty much impossible. But I don't think we should punish this big of an area or even all of Brownsville for this small area that we all know is the problem. With that being said, I think that's where we should start first, because once we address that problem, everybody else will know, hey, you know what? We mean business. I think that's probably the deal, is that we're not going to put up with it. So I think if we just attack that problem first, I think that will, you know, work better than, doing all Brownsville. But what do you tell me what you think? And I want, before, just one second, thank you guys for showing up. I know it's late and I didn't want to put you on the spot, but I wanted everybody to listen to what you had to say because it's important that you guys, and we give you the time to come up here and speak and talk to us and tell us what exactly you need. But we'll catch up later.
Okay, I do have some questions for our bar owners. Can we go back to the slide where it talks about the Midtown Entertainment District where it has key provisions, please? Thank you. If you all can follow that with me, I just want to get a handle on what you all already do, right? Because I don't want to put an extra burden, but if you're saying you're complying with a lot of things and then these new bars are not, it helps me make a decision then what should they have to comply with, okay? So if you, sorry for doing this, but you're here for 3.5 hours and I think we can do another 5 minutes. Key provision number 1, are you okay with that? Would that affect you? That you are a licensed venue after midnight from the restricted hours of 12 to 2? So you have that. So you could. You have it? Okay, so.
Yeah, every
but I'm
bar
saying, so you have it. So right now, for a bar like this, you guys would be in definition number 1, definitions, you would be in compliance. Okay, number 2, if you have, you know, operational bar, requirements for bars, BYOB prohibited, compliance, you can just read it right there, right? Compliance with article required, whatever, staff cannot drink while on duty, besides the security part, right? Because I think that's where the real big cost comes in, right? Okay, this omit for now. Adequate lighting and surveillance cameras. Do you guys have all of that? Okay. Can you go to the next slide, please? Number 2, age restrictions. No one under 21, okay? Electronic ID verification. ID identification comes with a challenge.
Sir, can you come to the mic?
It's because there's
For the
people
record.
watching. There's a lot of people watching, so we
And
want to
it's
make sure they
good,
can,
so
they
whatever
can
you
hear
s-
you as well.
The ID is a challenge, the electronic ID. They've used them in McAllen, they've used them in Dallas, bigger clubs, nightclubs. The problem is not that they don't come in with IDs, even the fake IDs that we've caught, and we've caught some fake IDs.
They're real.
They'll still pass the electronic test, you know? Number 2 is most of them use an older brother's ID or somebody else's ID. So the talking between the security guard and the customer works better than the electronic ID because our security officers are trained to ask, what's your address? What's your eye color? What's your height? You know, look at the height. Some people come in with a 5'4" ID and they're almost 6 foot tall. Well, you know, that's a fake ID. And that's worked better for us than the electronic one has. The electronic one is just not trusted by us. There's a lot of fake IDs out there. You know, we've had our share of IDs that we've taken away for being fake IDs. So I think that's the only real challenge for us on the electronic.
Perfect. Your open container rule, I mean, obviously prohibited on public streets. You're fine with number 3, right? Can we go to the next slide? 4 is no brainer. 5 is the penalty scary? Is that an issue? Sorry.
Can you all change it?
Slide. Number 5, yeah. So penalties, sorry to bring you back up, Rick, but it's because for the microphone. Penalties are fine.
I think that the penalties will fix a lot of the things. I think that, you know, having a penalty and having somebody pay a fine is holding them accountable. You know, right now there's no accountability, and I think that's why there's no control.
So then, sorry, you can stay up here, and if any of you guys want to get up here too, that's fine to answer this. So then the only 2 things in these provisions that are part of the ordinance that I jotted down right now is, what would you recommend? What do you do that you're doing that you would recommend to the new bars for security?
For security, our security has, of course, gone down a lot. We used to have 3 security guards because we had more customers. Now that we have less customers and the customers are older, they're a lot more responsible. Our bar kind of dies down at 1 o'clock in the morning because our demographic, our age demographic is probably, you know, 35 to 50 versus what we used to have, 21 to 23, 24-year-olds. you know, so we've seen a big difference. So controlling, like you guys said, the age group, controlling the minors, making sure the minors are not going into the bars. I think the minors is the biggest problem we all have. I think that's our biggest worry for all of us because they can't handle their liquor and they make bad decisions, you know? And we've seen it, you know, and we've tried to stop it. You know, I think security guards at a certain point, you know, checking the IDs and making sure the customers are okay and all that is okay. But even the security guard inside the bar puts himself at risk, you know? Somebody does something dumb, somebody does something stupid, and it's the customer, and, you know, we kind of pay the price for it. So I think that's the only thing that really would hurt us right now financially.
Sure.
As
It's a-
bars
it's a
is the licensed security guard,
licensed
especially if we
security
haven't had issues. If we had issues, I would completely understand. But we did everything that the commissioners recommended us to do. You know, we added the lighting, we added the older crowd. We've seen the
Everything-
difference, less money, but less problems.
How about you, sir?
Also, the same as what Rick Masso said, the plaza manager, the plaza owner increased the lighting, added cameras. I believe he even made it mandatory for us to have a peace officer and constable on duty. But the thing is that if the owner or the manager or one of the employees tells the constable, hey, let him in, he's gonna let him in. And you know, that's where the problem, and just like you said, the fake IDs, that's a problem as well. So everything else we're abiding by, even getting the constables, I mean, at Pablo, we get them, and we got them way before anybody else.
So you already have a constable there?
Yes, sir, we've had them, even before, we had the meeting.
So what is it that you don't like on here? There's nothing.
We agree on it.
I've been
We're agreed on this.
Oh, you agree?
I'm advocating for, hey, there's a minor problem and you're pinpointing.
So this would help you,
You're pinpointing the plaza. Well, something has to be done about it.
Yeah.
Something needs to be done about it. Because just like Rick Masso said, 6, 7 new bars have opened up and our revenue's gone down. And, I believe we checked the numbers, what did you say, George? I mean, buddy? That we still made, even though it's all gone down, we still generated more revenue than all the other bars while they're packed up. And they're packed what? Full of minors.
Thank you.
So this is what I'm hearing. Sorry. Are you?
Your demographic, this younger crowd?
I mean, Shah San Pablo, I mean, Buddy's been he's been in the industry for years, me as well. My friends range from 25 to 40. I know a lot of people. I've served a lot of people. We rarely get new people into our doors, so it's kind of like the new spots that are opening up are the spots that all these minors are going into.
But my concern, Chief, is that we still need to provide a safe drinking area or drinking establishments for these 21 to, say,
Oh, yeah.
29-year-olds.
Yeah.
And if they're the ones that, if that's the age range that creates more problems, then how do we provide them an option so that they can drink responsibly or safely, you know, without, hey,
I have, if I could just finish because I was going with questions to at least give the commission something to think about. Because I'm against tabling anything tonight. That's me. Like, this needs to be resolved now. That's my opinion. Okay? So it's my opinion, I'm against tabling anything tonight. So I'm trying to get somewhere and propose something, whether it gets shut down or not. I just don't think that we need to continue passing this down since June, and this just continues to happen every weekend. So what I'm hearing from you guys is all the provisions on here. What I'm hearing and what I would propose, it's not a motion yet, Will, okay. What I would propose is, Carlos, can we go back? Oh, he's not here. Can we, the clicker? Okay, there we go. To that one, operational requirements for bars. So I would venture to say that because they're in compliance with all of this, I would say that the only part that we eliminate the electronic ID, because I do believe that if we make that a requirement, I believe them. I do think that Anybody can pass an ID and then, hey, mine passed. No, but it doesn't look like you. Hey, mine passed. You have to let me in. I think that that may be, so, we would.
But I think there was a reason this was in there. So I want to hear
Electronic ID?
from Chief or from Will on that. On the electronic ID part.
So the intent with the electronic ID was a two-prong approach, right? You do the verification with your typical, historical, security guard or whoever's at the door greeting the individuals, and you also pass them to the digital, so it's a two-prong approach. You have to pass both. If not, you don't press go. So once again, we're just trying to establish tools that, will give us best results. We're like I said, at this point, right, there are proposals that we've come up with to come up with practices that'll work at the end of the day. So it was a two-prong approach that we intended for when it came to the digital entry verification.
Do you know how much they are, Chief?
I don't,
Do
sir.
you all know how much they are? The electronic? $500? Okay. Okay. All right.
Does add an extra layer. It's not foolproof, but it adds an extra layer of protection for the establishment.
What,
So
okay, okay, fine. So let's pretend that we say you have to have an electronic ID with your bouncer, or whoever you have in there, right? I think that the biggest issue is going to be the security. If I'm hearing you guys, the biggest issue is going to be the security. And the biggest issue is that we're isolating a specific area and it's not citywide. I do think that, again, not a motion yet, but if we have the call log, right? Like if a certain plaza is called and PD is deployed?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Okay. And again, I think that there needs to be in the commission to think and help me on this, right? Is that plazas that are the ones that are called, like you're called, but it's not a 3-strike thing. Like, hey man, your plaza's called, guess what? Now you're gonna have to have a licensed security officer for every 75 people. That plaza.
maybe we can have a zone requirement within the district that's a problem or a area of concern where this additional requirement is.
But a thing in there to say, but when your plaza gets called,
Yeah,
right?
you can,
Then you fall into that. Again, I'm trying to figure out how to stop this, right?
Going back, I think one of the commissioners asked a question. How did you guys come up with the map? The gentleman from planning and zoning came up and said, this is more or less where the bars are. And then he said, this is more or less where other bars can open up. And we want to put that area because other bars may open up there. But we have many bars and restaurants open downtown until 2 a.m. and we're not doing anything about that. I think that that's something against us. It's going to hurt us. It's going to send more business downtown. We're already hurting. So that's given downtown, hey, we don't have to pay, they've already gotten grants. They've gotten, downtown has really gotten everything. Free, lower rents, help from the city. They get First Friday, should we supply them with beer and liquor and help them out a little bit more? Or, are we going to make this fair and make it citywide? Because I don't think that somebody from planning coming up saying, maybe they're going to open up a bar there, so we put that in the map, and maybe they might open up a bar here. But we're looking at how many bars and restaurants they open downtown past 2 a.m. And there's more than 20. But we're not restricting them or giving them any restrictions. I don't think that that's fair at all.
I tend to agree, Rick. My thing was, my final thought, because I'm done, my final thought was that this, beyond the Midtown Entertainment District, that just in Brownsville, that all of our bars and nightlife that are open till 2 a.m. abide by this, but that security part right here on it should be to A, B, C, D, 2D, right? That 2D is enforced the moment that PD has been deployed because there is an outbreak and a disturbance. That at that point, that plaza is now, and because it's in that zone, your plaza is now tagged, you now 2D applies to you. And again, food for thought, Because maybe at the nineties bar, that's not gonna happen. And the way you have your constable, maybe that's not gonna happen. And guess what, guys? It might happen. And guess what? You're gonna, might have to go, and now we're gonna have to supervise your plaza, but you're gonna have to have your enforced security now because you've become an area of interest now. Right? But if you're not an area of interest, then you abide by all these provisions with the exception of the mandated security. But you do have the current bouncer, whoever you have, and I do think that a two-prong approach, if it's $500, I mean, it provides that additional just in case, because I do know this for a fact also, because I work with youth and I work with kids and I even freak out like, man, these guys, I don't know where they're buying their IDs, but their IDs will scan. I know that for a fact, right? And that's disturbing, right? But yes, you do need, but there still are some that if they know that you have a reader, they'll do their best to grab their older brothers or older sisters or somebody's ID so that it does scan. But you still have your bouncer who's asking questions. They're gonna say, you know, you're not 5'11", you know, whatever. And so I don't know. That's just my food for thought. It's not
I
a
think the
motion.
biggest, one of the biggest issues is that it's happening after 2 a.m. So it's out of our control. You know, it's become a real liability, just the way it has for the city or Brownsville PD, right? It's become a liability for us. I mean, we'd like to do anything to try to help correct it and stop it, you know? I agree with you, Mr. Villarreal. If it's a safer environment, more people will go out there. Mr. Cardenas said, I wouldn't have my kids go out there, and I wouldn't have my kids go out there.
Yeah,
You know,
but-
I
and-
agree
and-
100% with him.
And I do think that it does happen after 2 a.m., but it happens under 2 a.m., like Commissioner Cardenas says, by a lot of young kids and they're minors, not the 21 to 28 demographic. I'm talking the minors. But if PD's dispatched over there and it's most likely a minor and we know the plaza who's there, guess what? All the people serving till 2 there must have and I would, because it's not a mandatory for all, if it's a one strike, you're now in to 2D security, I would say that it needs to be not one licensed security officer, it needs to be one peace officer that now needs to be part of your establishment.
Is that legal?
Yeah, peace
Well-
officer, yes.
To have a security officer, would be legal.
But to
For us
require
to say you
police
have to
officers.
Uh,
only hire off-duty police officers,
Not
that would
off-duty
be.
police, a peace officer.
No, but I think the plaza manager said that it has to be constables Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And we have the peace officers, and then you have the police officers on duty, and these things are still happening. So I don't know if you want to implement, maybe, you know, it's because it's 2 a.m., but it's, everybody's on the street at the same time. Someone looks at somebody the wrong way, and all hell breaks loose. And we'll follow all these ordinances, and we'll do everything that you ask us to. And now because Facebook glorifies these fights, they're gonna be posted online every single time.
But at some level, does the owner of the plaza have any liability in this ordinance?
Yes, I mean, it would be applicable as far as the violations.
Because it's the parking lot's
Right.
the owner's
parking lot.
property,
But-
and it's private property, and he can regulate it.
Right. And then, you know, liability, they might have liability too, like with the stabbing.
Because but I think that's a good question, Mayor, because a lot of this is for the bar owner. And I do think that, the plaza owner needs to also, if your plaza's been called, right, then the plaza owner should have a peace officer until the parking lot is cleared.
Right, and that's something that we can add. We can add requirements for the owners as well, not just the operators. One thing on the security, what we could do is clarify, because we can't say you have to hire off-duty police officers from Brownsville only.
No.
But what we could
I've
say
been,
is,
I've been saying peace officer.
well, yes, so we could
A peace
identify.
officer doesn't have to be a Brownsville police
Right.
officer.
What we could say is a commissioned officer.
A
Right, so it could be
That's what I'm
security
saying.
officer that's commissioned, that's allowed to carry a gun.
Whatever that
Yeah.
is, I'm saying someone who has a badge.
And the other thing I wanted to also clarify, not just for commission, but also for the attendees, thank you for coming and giving your comments. It provides a perspective that we don't have from this side. But as a reminder, we started off the presentation with saying it's a two-step approach. So this immediate ordinance is to address those in current operation. The planning is coming forward in the next month or so with a UDC amendment that will require new bars, this includes downtown, to comply with similar regulations, right? So it would be enforced through zoning. For those that are considered legal non-conforming, let's say, oh, no, Joe's Downtown Bar is currently established and they're not complying with this. There are remedies that we can use to get them into compliance that we can talk offline. But there is a two-step approach. So the first step is this, because this is the more immediate issue. And it won't grandfather anybody. It's applicable now. And then citywide, we are going to implement.
What I'm saying
SEP
is, what I'm
requirements.
proposing is that this that you're seeing here is citywide. And I am proposing that it's all of it, you know, citywide, and that you backtrack it. It's not grandfathered. So if downtown's been called for fights and whatever, and you can come up with whatever, the commission can say that, hey, if your plaza's been called more than 3 times, then you already have to have a peace officer, a commissioned officer. You have to. Why? Because your plaza's a hot zone. Whether that be downtown, whether that be Pablo Quisel, whether that be anywhere in Brownsville city limits, you're a hot zone. And any other plaza that gets to that level is now going to be forced to have that. And we have a ordinance in place that the chief can say, this plaza, now you have to have commissioned officers here. And the owner, you have to have commissioned officers here until whatever, until the place is cleared, which would be up to 3:30 in the morning sometimes in these parking lots. Some of these videos are taken at 3 in the morning and they stop serving. But again, I think having all of Brownsville make sure that you're 21, that you have the reader, that your people shouldn't be drinking while serving, that you have everything here. I don't think it's common sense that every bar should be doing. I don't think why we should restrict it to a certain area.
I have a question if you're done, sir.
Yeah, I'm done.
Real quick, so I agree with Commissioner Villarreal 100%. I do think it should be maybe a 2-strike and it should be renewed every year. So you can have a clean slate at the beginning of the year, blah, blah, blah. But my issue is, let's say downtown or any other restaurant that is not in a plaza. So if somebody's fighting it on the street, how do we figure it out? Like, where does their responsibility start, right? What I mean by that is, I know we have a smoking ordinance that says 20 feet from the door. First of all, it's not even, nobody gives you a ticket for it, but how far out do the people go fight till it's the next person's responsibility on the street? Not necessarily in a plaza, but on a street. If you're fighting outside of Washington, whose fault is it from the 3 bars or 4 bars that are there?
I would say that it's all those bars.
So
Because
everything,
because it's downtown. That's what I would say.
But-
They hop around all of them in downtown. People don't just go downtown to sit at one bar.
so I think
They
that that's
hop around
something,
everywhere.
I think that that's
I go
something we
out- I
have
go
to.
out, Commissioner Galansky, a lot downtown. And I can tell you that you walk into one and then you walk into another and you see the same people. Hey, what's up? Yeah,
I agree with
we're
you,
gonna go over
but we
here,
just
we'll
have
go
to
over there."
figure out how to put it on paper, right? Just figure out how to put it on paper so it is, but I think
I think
it's,
downtown Market Square is its plaza. That would be
yeah,
my
that
opinion.
makes sense. Now, I do think that it should be a 2-strike. I think it's fair. If you have a real issue, it happens a lot. It's not gonna be a 1 and, I mean, it would, terrible for January the 7th to happen and you stay forever.
I'm with you. I'm saying, I'm throwing this out there to say, what I'm hearing them is that security one is going to put them out of business. And especially when they're going, we're complying and we're not having any issues. It's all these other bars that are allowing these things to happen that don't have all these things we've already invested in.
Yeah, I agree. So I think
So I'm
that's
like,
the reason I
let's
say
have-
1 strike
Let's have
though.
all of them adapt this now and enforce.
But what
Give
if
the chief
we
the
call the
department-
police before a situation happens? Would that be considered a strike to prevent the issue from happening?
See, I think that's the kind of things we have to figure out, but I think that's what we want, right? What we want is to stop the fights. It's
Because-
not, hey, call PD and you're in trouble.
Multiple times, I'm at Shaw San Pablo and I call the police way before something happens. Like, I need somebody here now before they start swinging or something starts happening or these two big groups start going at each other. I've done it multiple times. Now, I think the plaza manager has it mandatory to Thursday, Friday, Saturday. We used to do it all week, but sales are down, so we couldn't do it no more. So we do it Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And then the other days, we have somebody at the door checking and doing his due diligence to not let any minors in. Now, I don't know about all the other bars doing that or just letting anybody in. So
So the constable that you have isn't intervening in those fights that are about to happen?
it goes back to like what Rick Masso says. If he's out the door,
Oh, you're talking about outdoor?
Yeah,
Okay,
no,
so in the parking lot, okay.
very rarely does something happen inside or not
it's
at
all
all.
outside, yeah.
It's literally outside.
9 times out of 10, or really 10 times out of 10, all the fights are in the parking lot, correct? Well, 9 out of 10. Yes.
Parking lot, and that's when the company,
Yes.
and that's when we call, try to come and help us out. Sometimes PD is short-handed. Most part, when there's a lot of police presence there, it's a lot better. We're glad to see the cops out there. When we see the cops out there, the drone out there, we're like, oh, great, okay. We can start cleaning up, we can start mopping, we can start, everybody's out of the parking.
We've even gone as far as to, if we see you on video fighting, you're banned from the bar. You can't come in here no more because we already know how you are and how you're gonna act. We've banned multiple people from entering the establishment again, and that goes for both places. You mess up at Pablo, you can't go into Brewski's. You mess up at Brewski's, you can't go into Pablo, and it goes hand in hand. But if you're out fighting and we know you, hey man, we just can't have you that. We don't want that problem here.
Would you gentlemen be opposed to what I'm proposing? Would you be opposed to what I'm proposing? Well, that's what I'm proposing. I don't know what anybody else here is thinking. I'm asking, if, would you be opposed for like Commissioner Cardenas says, like you get a two strike every year, and when you're in that for the rest of the year, chief has the ordinance to come shut you down if you don't have a commissioned officer. You would be okay with that?
But Commissioner, I think of course, what we're really talking about is this one plaza. I think the plaza owner needs to hold some accountability to this too. How do we do that?
Mayor Cowan said that part of what I'm proposing would be to add the plaza owner to this. And the same thing, his plaza or her plaza has 2 strikes, that third one. Now it's the bars and the plaza owner that are on the hook for having those constables, because they're gonna have them until 2 AM. And once they're out their door, but the plaza owner, if you violated, you better have someone there till your parking lot clears. Or the chief can show up and say, hey, you have 3 bars that equal this amount of square footage in your plaza. That equals 4 commissioned officers that should be in this parking lot clearing it.
So
Why? Because your plaza.
So I think
became-
what the plaza manager is doing is he's hiring one off-duty or constable to patrol on the days that we don't have constables, which is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And that one officer is patrolling the area, going around the parking lot a couple times and doing his job to try to stop these situations from happening. But the plaza manager is putting it on us to rotate and pay that officer, hey, this bar pays it Monday, this bar pays it Tuesday, this bar pays it Wednesday, and so on, and keep it in rotation.
Like the smaller bars,
Look, we all know where it's coming from. You're singling out one plaza. We get it. Facebook does it. Bronzeville Hood News is posting every single fight. I get it. My thing is okay, if TABC is not gonna come and enforce this minor drinking situation, how are you gonna help us with that problem?
Well, my thing is, if we don't have an ordinance, the chief has very little to go off of.
Chief,
So that's the reason that an ordinance needs to be in place. And I think that if the chief, this becomes, well, this is what it is.
Chief, if TABC doesn't want to get involved, can you do, or does it have to be the state?
No, sir, we can.
You
We
can.
we were there this weekend doing bar checks,
Okay.
aside from the operation that we run for the fights.
This now just provides fines that are hefty and consequences that are costly.
I think a $500 fine is not hefty enough.
What would you recommend?
Go big, 2,000, 2,500. Hit them where it hurts. If because they're gonna keep doing it.
Now, the issue on the fines, council, is $2,000. Who's the fine for? Is it all 13 bars? So we just got to figure out
Right.
where you're going to hit it, how it's going to happen.
So, several things. The first is to address the comment about who would be liable of the 3 bars, right? Because they're hopping from bar to bar, as an example. The individual who would be getting cited would be the individual that is causing the issue in that instance, right? Because they're outside of the facility. In this particular ordinance, we are just ensuring that the operator and the next rendition, the property owner, provides the security if y'all adopt the 1-2 strikes, provides the other adequate lighting and the cameras, right? So that's what we would be looking at to enforce, not necessarily, okay, these guys are fighting, now we need to figure out where they came from so we can cite the owner too. That's really not intended. It's intended to prevent the fighting. Now, sometimes it might still occur, but in the instance of course, through the process of investigation, we find out they're minors and they were drinking at some other bar and they have the receipts, et cetera, then we can go after their operator at that point, right? Or a TABC should. The other thing I was gonna say is there's a lot of amendments being made and amendments in the first reading is okay. But if we expand it citywide, when you do a business district, the central business district, you can only do it in an area where 90% of it is commercial, right? So only 10% can be residential. So whatever y'all decide this evening, what I would propose is you either table it so we can come back with some modifications or approve this as modified. If you reduce the area, that's fine. You can reduce it. Maybe you remove Ruben M. Torres, Central Boulevard. If you reduce it, that's fine. But expanding it, I think you would have an issue by having that adopted this evening and then go back the second reading because those property owners haven't had advance notice of the public hearing, right? So what I would recommend, a city can have more than one central business district. It doesn't have to have just one. We could still do the 2-step approach to have it in the zoning ordinance. So have a UDC amendments, but we can have a midtown business district and then we can have a downtown business district. And we can include the residential homes, but the areas that we know where their businesses are, we can have a smaller downtown business district that has these same requirements with the 1-2 strikes and bring that at the next commission meeting. So if you approve this with amendments, this would be second reading. First reading would be for downtown at the January 20th meeting.
So I like that. What he said, if you didn't, is we did have conversations with you guys. We haven't had the conversation with the downtown bar owners. Not that it would be different. It's give us a chance to, this is Midtown Entertainment District. We would create the exact same ordinance to copy it with the downtown entertainment district. With us having just the ability to sit down and give them a forum to say, hey, that's not fair. How am I gonna pay for this? And what am I gonna do? But at the end of the day, my hope is that this commission, by going out and discussing it with them and just hearing them out, but letting them know, this is, to me, no-brainer stuff. what you guys are doing.
No,
is-
it's
is-
simple
it-
stuff.
It's simple stuff that every bar
That
that
you
serves
should already be
alcohol-
doing.
It's every bar that serves alcohol should be doing responsibly. Period. It would be trailing you by 2 weeks. Sure.
Liquor being sold, there's after hour beer being sold. I mean, these are easy things that
What's-
we can deal with. I mean, as a city, PD, you go on Facebook, there's 20 different pages. You can buy after hour liquor, beer, get it delivered to your house, get it delivered to anywhere you want to get it delivered to. Those are other problems that we're dealing with, right? But those are loopholes that we're leaving open. And people take advantage of them.
So that's-
And us business owners that are trying to survive, trying to pay sales tax, trying to pay, inventory tax, trying to pay, all our taxes. I mean, it's hard at the end of the day when somebody else is doing the same thing you were doing. They're just doing it in a loophole way where they're out of the little zoning area.
So Will, how does, anyway, I just don't know, but I'm not an attorney, how this just can't be to any bar. Citywide, meaning just any establishment.
I think it would be with the
This is a certificate of occupancy.
With the
to serve.
UDC, wouldn't you be able to do it? with
Yeah,
the
it would be through the UDC.
How long does that take?
I'm sorry?
How long would that take?
That would, I think we already published notice for UDC. No, we haven't. But we would probably be February, March.
Okay, so could we start with the plaza, which right now is the issue, and leave everything else under the UDC?
As a pilot.
As a
Under
pilot?
the UDC, and then leave
And when the
everything
UDC
else for
comes in,
UDC.
this one goes away and everything is blanketed under the same one.
Yeah, we could do that. We could either keep this. Well, here's the thing. Under the UDC, because there are zoning issues, they would be legal non-conforming, right? So they would not have to comply under the UDC. There's an option for us to buy them out of that legal non-conforming status to make them conforming. Like if we're going to require them that they conform to the UDC at that time, then it's kind of like a takings. We could give them money and then they would have to comply and shut down. But like current bars in the UDC, they would be legal non-conforming under those rules. It would only apply to new bars, new establishments that come in. Which is the reason why we're doing the Midtown Entertainment District, because it's immediate under a different set of policing powers that the city has.
I mean, we can also do just various districts around town, not just downtown, right? There's on Central Boulevard, there's different strips that are commercial areas.
Right,
Right.
but keep in mind too, and this is not to offend anybody, but you're not hearing about, I haven't heard about downtown crimes like I'm hearing about. Well, they Pablo just came Casella out area. this weekend. Sorry? It just happened this weekend. This weekend, downtown? Yeah. So it could happen anywhere, right? Any moment. For me, this is not a punishment. And I think it's being seen that way. Like this should be something that our city has across the board. Like we should be proud of that as commissioners.
We just want to work with you guys, work with the police. We want to work with you guys. But like, we need something done now.
No, I get that. I'm saying, but I'm with it. Like I want
If you want to put the pilot on us now, the same way you want us to do this now, we want something done now as well.
Yeah, I'm with it. I'm saying, my thing is, I wanna know that in Brownsville, every bar owner has to abide by this. Not just certain bar owners.
I have a quick question just for clarification, Commissioner. This ordinance we're entertaining is just for the entertainment district, or is it an ordinance
I was trying to do the whole city, but
citywide?
Will-
And I only ask because
Will saying we can't do citywide.
I've seen, if we're holding the bar establishments to that, I've seen events happen as well where there's fights or they have alcohol, but they don't hold them to the same degree as one security officer per so many occupants. Do you follow what I'm saying? Like, it's not just bars, it's also.
Like a
events
venue.
and- Right.
Yeah, and again, if it's citywide, this should be for venues, it should be for bars, it should be for anybody who's allowing alcohol to be in their establishment.
You know what, Commissioner, I think it should be citywide, because if we're gonna treat one way,
Correct.
everybody else needs to be treated the same way. I mean, that's just, I guess, the nature of the game, but yeah, one needs to be treated like everybody else.
Okay, and now let's say you get the 2 strikes. After you get the 2 strikes, you have to have a constable every night or you can't open?
That's something, again, I want to do something now. But I would, the way Commissioner Cardenas said, and I would need the help of everybody here, I would say that, that you have to do that on Thursday through Sunday. I mean, but that's just me. Again, I do go out. I don't go out on Monday, Tuesday, and
Okay, which
Wednesday.
is something we, that's
Like
the
the
thing.
way, like
It's
the
something
way-
we already do.
No, and that's what I'm saying.
Like, so, like,
But I'm
how is the ordinance helping us? If it's
You're-
something we already do?
Well, do your neighbors do it?
No.
Well, there you go. That's how it's gonna
That's how
help.
this is helping you. Your
That's how it's
neighbors-
gonna help.
Your neighbors would have to do this.
Now they will have to do it.
And now the chief has something to go find them for not doing it.
Okay.
All right with that?
Like, what I'm trying to
Fine
say
with
is, I'm
that.
not trying to put extra things on you guys. You guys are coming in here telling us we need help. The help is arming our chief and the police to have an ordinance and a fine to be able to go in there and have a leg to stand on to say, this is something that you have to do. And I would go as far as to say, like, you know, beyond, you pay the fine, Commissioner Cardenas, it's February, I'm already 2 striked in, I've got a commissioned officer here. At what point do the fines shut you down? That's a real good question. Because if it's you know, fine, but I'm selling a ton of,
That's what I'm saying,
Booze.
like,
I'm saying-
the fine for a minor,
yeah. I'm saying
500.
the fine
Is that
for a
gonna
minor
be
should
just one time?
Yeah,
Like,
the-
if there's 15 minors in there, are they gonna be fined 500 or are they gonna be fined 500 for each head?
Yeah.
No, I think that 500 should be more.
No, but
I mean,
I think it should be per person. And that's what they're saying. Again, these fines need to be serious, but these fines also need to be where, at what point does the chief have, and the city of Brownsville have the right to say, we're shutting you down for 90 days? I mean,
That gives me. That's a lot of money. It adds up to a lot of money. That money can go towards. Have more police presence at the bar, even though they're not bars. or
Correct.
individual bars, just the police bar, parking lot makes a huge difference. With the lights on, it makes a huge difference. It makes us feel safer as bar owners. It makes our customers feel safer that are leaving the establishment, and the employees feel safer. So I think if the fines are heftier, I think they're more serious. I think bars will stop and eliminate the minors. Bars will stop and eliminate and think twice about serving or over serving somebody because there's somebody now watching them, you know?
I agree with you.
Will, how can we make this a citywide thing?
Well, under the current statutory scheme of the state, we can only do it in the central business district, so we couldn't regulate citywide under this one. What we were gonna do a citywide was to do the UDC amendments that would require.
But the UDC would be new businesses.
Yeah, for new businesses. If we wanted to make it apply to current businesses, there is a process for that. Might have to pay a little bit of money, but we could go through that process for those that are currently in place. And we don't have to do it for all businesses. We could do it for those that are actually like, 1 or 2 strikes. Hey, you're gonna have to start complying, and then we end up paying for them to comply. That's how we would do it citywide. The
When
other
we
is
say we're gonna pay for that, who are we paying that to?
the property owner.
I don't think that's an option. I don't think we want to go and pay all these property owners to comply.
Right, but if you want to make it citywide to where it applies to those that are already grandfathered in, then you couldn't do it through the central business district scheme that TABC allows. You would have to do it through the zoning policing powers. And under the zoning policing powers, when you change a land use, that property owner has grandfathering. So they're called legal nonconforming. And so in 2023, the state legislature changed the process to where if you're going to make a business conform with your current zoning at the time, you can do that, but you're going to have to pay them. And so if we want to make it citywide and have it apply to everybody at the same time, including those businesses that are already opened, then we would have to go that route, right? To make it citywide, you could do the UDC. But that would be, again, that would only be for businesses that have not become vested, that have not submitted an application or a permit request to open up. Now, the Midtown Entertainment District, as I said earlier, if there's a central business district, we can either include the downtown along the highway to make it a bigger district, or make a couple smaller ones. State law doesn't define how many you can have. They do speak in the singular, but
Does state law have how large the district needs to be?
it only says that you can only have 80%. 90% has to be commercial. So only 10%. So if you're going to do it, if you're going to make a large entertainment district, right, which is pretty much everywhere in the city, downtown, Pablo Casel, maybe Paredes, but it has to exclude or maybe only contain 10% residential.
No, I'm thinking, when I say citywide, I'm thinking commercial corridor, where
Okay,
you can have a bar.
what if you just make the ordinance right now for the plaza and then you go back and you do another ordinance another day?
Yeah, I agree with him. Because we're gonna be here all night.
Yeah.
And then we work on all the rest of the districts. Oh,
So we would approve this, but only require the plaza for the security guard part, or only approve this for the plaza?
Well, I guess we can do it piecemeal when it comes to the map. Can we bring up the map, Carlos? Are you keeping it in this boundary or are you shrinking it?
I would prefer to keep it but only require this plaza to have the security guard. But the additional requirement that they have security guards. Because they are a problem plaza.
That works for me. Now, the thing is, when does it start and how fast is the first check on the minor situation?
So it would start in 2 weeks. We'd have to go through a second reading of this, and then it would be effective immediately. That would be for everybody in this zone.
And then we would work on it.
And then we're working on other zones.
On the other zones.
Will just finished telling us we'd have to open different zones, and the state does not limit how many zones we have, but we can't do it citywide, or we would have to.
If I'm a smart businessman and I have a bar downtown, I want to try to get these bars shut down. Okay, I'm just giving you an example. Somebody goes in and starts problems from downtown, or somebody from downtown sends somebody to go get in strikes on us while they're not under any other ordinance. I don't think it's fair. That's my problem. I know his problem is the minors because there's a lot of minors in that plaza. My problem is just keeping it fair with all the bars in Brownsville and all the businesses. I don't think that it's right that we're being excluded from something. I know you guys say you're gonna work on the downtown. What happens if the downtown doesn't happen? We're striked out, we go out of business because we can't afford it, or something happens, somebody fights outside, then downtown gets more business, because downtown is not included. I think it should be a whole wraparound. I mean, that's my opinion.
But we just legally can't.
So I think that the districts are fine and we do all that. We have somebody who's in the plaza who's asking for it to be started at his plaza. Why do we not start at his plaza where all the issues are at? I mean, that's where we had a fight one fight on the weekend here downtown, I think. But most fights are in that area. He wants it there. Why don't we start with that? Work on all the details for every other district. We expand it when it's time. You're happy with it because you don't feel you're singled out. You're happy with it because we start with your plaza where we have the root of the issues right now. And I think it gives the opportunity for us to work out the kinks and have our chief be able to start acting at that plaza. I don't think we should hold it up, but I understand where Mr. Mussel's coming from. Because this does look kind of, I don't know. That's my thought.
Okay. I mean, Rick, I know what you're trying to accomplish, but if you're in compliance, you're gonna be fine.
No, we got no help on the north side. We didn't get grants. We called EDC. There was no money.
I'm with it. And if we could draw a line here all the way to downtown and keep it 90% commercial, we would do it. But we need,
I just think that all the bars should be held liable on the same level.
okay, but you just finished hearing that we can't do it like that legally, right? We'd have to pay every property owner out.
I'm a property owner.
And
I'd
then-
like to see that.
Well,
I
I'm
mean,
pretty sure all
you
the
know-
taxpayers of the city of Brownsville would not.
Taxpayers of Brownsville wouldn't like to see a lot of things that go on, but it still happens.
Well, then we pay you guys out and tell me what part of the budget we cut.
Why don't you go down Elizabeth? There's a lot of commercial down Elizabeth.
Well, and again, we're gonna address that through the UDC and this
But
additional.
the UDC's
business
new
district.
business. I mean, the UDC, I'm not worried about. I'm worried about current businesses that are operating in Brownsville.
I mean, I think Mayor Conan already said it. Leave it how it is. Do the downtown district. Put the constables at the plaza. And minor checkups. That's what I want, and that's what I need.
There is more work to be done in the downtown because they're not in plazas, right? So there's more, they are distinct, that's gonna be different.
Right.
There's more work we have to do there. But we are gonna do it, I can tell you that. It'll be soon. It won't be very long. We have the framework, we just need to modify it. We're committed to being fair here. I understand. I understand.
And if we could do it, Rick,
Yeah.
we're doing it. You've seen me ask questions for 45 minutes. I'm trying to do that.
But I think right now it's,
Fine. Because they said that they were gonna enforce it, they were gonna do this, they were gonna do that. And this is the first enforcement that we see. You know, I lost $1 million in sales. I can show you my income tax. Oh, and we did it because we wanted to fight. No, we wanted to make sure that we didn't.
So this owner's asking for something tonight, the one right next to you. And if we don't do what we can do tonight, then we're gonna wait until March to create as many districts as it takes to then apply it in March or April.
And it's just gonna get worse. We got,
I
got
agree with you.
Spellfest around the
I'm
corner.
trying to get Rick to understand, if you sat in this seat, what would you do?
Mr. Cardenas recommended. Yeah, just do his plaza. And then we,
What we do.
I agree with that. If they want to do the plaza, do the plaza.
just like you
And
said.
work on the districts in March.
I think right now it's priority first. I also want to point out, Rick, I think you're incredible. You've always been such a leader. Really appreciate everything that you're doing. But I also want to comment, I know earlier today, we mentioned that there was about 67 bars that open within that area alone. So I think it's just highly competitive as well. And then number two is just about prioritizing the stabbing, the pulling out the guns, the aggressiveness in these videos. It's just very scary. We definitely do need to prioritize that area. I'm sorry if it may seem that we're just targeting one area. I do see some of the valid points that you guys bring, and I also agree that we need to start off with the plaza. Start off there, and then we go on to the rest of the city. But prioritizing, the prioritization right now is that plaza. And, you know, earlier today, I lament Commissioner De Leon, who spoke very passionately with much frustration. And that's what I hear within these bar owners, they're doing all that you can. I mean, I haven't heard anything bad coming in from your bars. I know earlier in the years, there was things that were happening across from your bar in the parking lot, and things have settled in. And I don't know if that crowd ended up going to this other area. The 6 bars that are opening are attracting more people, and it just seems like the party place to be. But right now, safety is a concern. We do need to prioritize it. Let's start off with the plaza, and then we move on to the rest.
I would like to see the plaza prioritized as well. And just personally speaking, I don't feel comfortable going with a half idea forward. I would like for us to really think it out citywide, district by districts, or whatever it may be, but not a half idea. I can't get behind that.
Or even a one-year pilot program.
I totally agree. I think, I hate to use Stevie Wonder, man, but I'm gonna throw him out there again. We already know where the problem's at. Let's take care of that problem now. Let Will, can you work on a whole city deal after that? Because what I don't want to happen, and I think the rest of the commissioners, we take care of that problem, and then they're just gonna jump to another, they're gonna probably jump to another plaza. Then by the time we know it, they're gonna end up jumping downtown.
Right.
So once we take care of that one plaza, I think we could do it tonight and get it going. And then you can come back to us, Will, with doing the whole city like Mr. Commissioner Villarreal, because I think the whole city is gonna need to be done.
Right, so, sorry, I was responding to a text, to management. So we can adopt this to address that initial issue. And the reason why this was drafted the way it was, you heard earlier, planning was looking to see, because that's gonna happen. They're gonna, oh, this is applicable here, I'm gonna end up relocating. So our attempt was to prevent them from relocating anywhere near this, because that's kind of where all the bars are congregating. So what we can do, we can look at this in a year, right? If you pass this or for first reading, we can look at it as amended. We can look at it in a year and see what needs to be done. In the interim, we can come back and do something for downtown and the other areas. And then, of course, the UDC amendments. Does that answer your question?
So what's the plaza? What's the plaza? Where? Which one? I don't know. Where are the 13 bars at? Which one? No, what, put it on the map. Which one is it?
Sunshine Plaza.
Put it on the map.
All right, Sunshine Plaza, we do 21 and over.
What's Sunshine Plaza? It's because I'm not trying to be, I'm trying to be serious. I don't know what plaza we're talking about.
Right next to the bowling alley.
It's the one where what bars are in there?
What bars are in there?
Huh?
What bars are in the plaza?
Yes.
You have Bar Rio, Vida Loca, Hong Kong. I think it's changing names. Shot San Pablo, Peacocks, the Jungle on Pablo, Capricho, Antrito, Clásico, Valverde, and I think there's another bar opening up called O2, Oxygen.
Is it the same? Are all of those in just that one?
That's one plaza.
Like in that?
There was only 4 bars. There was only 4 bars when Shot San Pablo opened up.
That's
And
where
only
going
2
at.
bars. Only 2 bars in the plaza. 3 actually. 3 bars in the plaza.
We're not counting Shot Republic?
No, sir. That's a different plaza.
So you don't think that those kids are gonna just go fight over here?
No, Shot Republic is 25 and over.
No, I get it. Just after hours at 2, 3.
The fights that we've seen are in the
I know where
parking
the
lot.
fights we've seen. I'm asking if that's the only targeted area, you don't think they're just gonna go drink in the same bars and then just go fight at the Mi Pueblito parking lot?
I mean, they could, but I don't see it.
I mean, they do fight.
hasn't-
They
it
do
hasn't-
outfight. Ibiza, they changed the name Cuervo. They have fought there also.
At both plazas.
I'm just saying, I don't see like how we're going from small to next week, we're gonna find a fight somewhere else and then let's increase it.
So I believe that the fights are there because there's 13 bars with 60 people each. That's 1,000 people drunk in one parking lot coming out at the same time.
Yes. And if we just isolate that one parking lot, I'm asking, they're not gonna go to the next parking lot?
No, because they're fighting right there. I really believe that they're fighting there.
I know, but when they find out that this little map just targets that one parking lot.
But the people who are gonna be targeted are the bar owners. It's, the bar owners are the ones who are gonna have to comply. If you fight anywhere in Brownsville, you're held accountable. It can be in one plaza, it can be outside City Hall, it can be outside your parking lot, at your house, in your driveway. You can't fight there. So you're not stopping the kids from fighting. You're stopping the bars from not taking responsibility is what we're trying to do. What we're trying to make sure is those other 12 bars that are there, besides his, if they get 2 strikes, you will have 13 police officers or peace officers, as we named them, outside. Will they move in the future? Yeah, probably some will. Maybe some will even close. Now, I do believe that the leases are coming up for a lot of these bars, and there's going to be an entrance to to Embassy Suites. I've heard that those are going to skyrocket the rents. So, I mean, we don't even know how long it's going to be.
We don't know how long, but it's hurting us right now.
So, I mean, if you think that it has to be the whole area, well, that's fine with me, but I understand that Mr. Masso says, hey, make it fair. I get it. And he's trying to say, hey, put it today. So start with this plaza. I mean, it's
Yeah,
13
just
bars.
put
that
in the
you're gonna-
ordinance. The ordinance there, you can't amend the ordinance. Have this, hey, this plaza, Sunrise Plaza, has to follow the security guidelines.
Legal, would we be in any way, shape, or form liable if we were in a way to it sounds bad, right? But target this plaza to just implement something onto one area? Could we be liable for something?
I wouldn't say liable, but potentially we can get challenged because you have to consider,
What is there to challenge? You have all the evidence.
well,
Lawsuit.
so ex post facto laws, you can't punish, like the way you can't punish someone for a past crime, right? You can't, same thing with businesses. If it was in the past, we didn't have anything in place, you can't punish that business for past actions. Only when it's adopted moving forward. And so we could attempt to go after and enforce it on Sunshine Plaza. But I think they would have a good defense against us on that. And I wouldn't stand. The other concern that I have is equal protection. If we are targeting 1 or 2 businesses, but not the rest, then they can come after the city for even higher damages. right?
Okay, we can't get this done today, but when can we start getting checks on the minors?
Can we all agree on that, the 21 and over?
I'm trying to get that done
Today?
tonight
Yeah.
in the entire city.
Okay, but if
And
it
I went
can't,
I went from the entire city shrunk down to one parking lot. So I get, my opinions here don't work.
you want to go to the whole city, we go to the whole, but if we can't get it done tonight, when can we start getting people or a unit there checking for minors?
Can we just pass that tonight, this deal, this map tonight? And will, in front of Mr. Masso and the other gentleman, can you please find a way to do the rest of the city?
Well,
I
yes,
don't care how
so-
we do it or what we need to do or whatever, but
Right.
so everybody, and he knows that, hey, you know what? We're asking you to figure out how we can do it so the whole Brownsville's, so we can make everybody happy and everybody's gonna be treated the same. That's-
Right, right. So what we recommend, or what I recommend, is you adopt this, including the map as amended. My understanding from the comments is you want to remove the electronic ID verification.
No, we want to
requirement.
keep it.
You want to keep it?
Yes. No, it said $500.
Keep it. It's a two-factor
fine.
system. You want to get it, we'll
It's a
get it.
two-factor
All
system.
right.
You keep
But
it.
what you do want to enforce is the commission security officer, you only want that if there's 2 strikes.
Yes.
Yes, because the plaza manager is already mandatory for the other bars to have it. Doesn't matter if you have an ordinance. The plaza manager has it in place for us as bar owners to have constables on site.
So, wait, and that's my question, is if it's already applicable to you to have them on site because of your property owner, your landlord, what
I
would-
need help with the minors. That's what my situation is.
Right, so for the property owner that's not requiring it anywhere else, what would be the issue if we just start requiring it now rather than a two-strike system? Right, I mean, because it sounds like these property owners are already doing, or business operators are already doing the security.
The issue for me is listening to Mr. Masso saying it's gonna cost him $65,000 per business and he has three.
No, it's probably more, Mr. Masso, because one of them is over 70.
Oh,
You're at 168.
I'm just saying,
Got one of them,
so what we're doing is, because we know that they're already doing it, they already doing it. He has a minor problem issue.
yeah, I get it.
We're gonna
He's
solve
doing
this
it,
with
but
that
he's not
ordinance.
'cause of the
But
different
we're not
property
gonna
owner.
affect Mr. Masso with
All
this ordinance unless we put a two-strike policy there.
All right, so
Okay.
security officer is required if two-strike situation. And then, the property owners need to also be.
Not security, commissioned officer.
Yeah, security, well, they're security officers, but they're commissioned security officers. So there's a difference. They're not peace officers, if you will, that
We
are.
can't require
So a
peace officers.
We
commission,
can't require that, but we can require a commissioned security officer. Do they have the same type of training as a police officer in Brownsville?
but they don't have the right to arrest.
Sorry?
But they don't have the right, they don't have the legal right to arrest.
No, they're commissioned
No,
officers.
I know what they won't do.
They're able to carry a weapon.
Yeah, but you can't arrest.
Yeah, but they can't arrest.
You can't enforce a law.
Yeah. Yes. That's, I get it. So you're telling me, Will, that we can't legally ask them to have a peace officer, which means a peace officer is like a constable. The way that his landlord makes him have one. We, as a city, can't do that?
So how does this help? Any of this?
Yeah.
I mean, how does any of this help then if they can't go out there and stop it?
It's the landlord. The landlord needs to put one outside.
Right, you're absolutely right, Mayor.
But
I
the
mean,
land,
we'll
can
go
the
back and
landlord
forth
put-
all day. But at the end of the day, the fights are not inside, the fights are outside in the street. You get any police officer, commission, Pinocchio, whatever, as long as it's outside, no one's gonna do anything. No security guard or commission officer or peace officer that's already inside is gonna go outside and arrest someone. It's only gonna be Brownsville PD that they're gonna be called to come and do this. Correct, chief?
So the occupancy code, Texas Occupancy Code 1702 prohibits us from mandating. Nothing
Yes.
says that we can't advise or we can't suggest like they do in their plaza, right? Where they have the owner of the plaza require them or mandate them to get a licensed peace officer.
Can we mandate the property owner?
No. Mr. Masso,
Suggest.
question.
Only if it's in a city facility. So like event center.
Did the owner of the plaza ever tell the tenants that they had to hire a uniformed police officer for outside?
Mr. Masso, can you speak into the mic whenever you respond?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Well, if we were to approve some of these things, just for clarification, we have to approve it first and recognize it as the entertainment district? The Midtown, I'm sorry,
Entertainment district.
the Midtown
Right.
Entertainment
Right,
District?
so if you are ready to move forward with this, it would be motion to approve as amended. And of
You
course,
were finishing the amendments, right?
yeah, we were finishing the amendments. I understand the commission security officer. If the two strikes, property owners need to, share in the responsibility too, if they're not compliant. And.
Well, sharing the responsibility, but up until their parking lot is cleared.
Right, and I was gonna require that the property owners, if they're going to have these type of establishments, they need to provide security as well outside the facility.
Till it's cleared.
Yeah.
Not until they close.
And so, those are the amendments I have. As far as the boundary, my understanding is the boundary is not changing. And did y'all want to make this a pilot to where we come back and
I would
revisit?
do it a pilot, and I would tell you, Rick, that we're going to fulfill this citywide. I mean, we have to, but we can't just do it tonight and not even know what we're paying for every bar owner. We have no idea how many bars are and how we're paying everybody out, and
That's why I think that a little bit more work has to be put into this. I think that we're up here and we're guessing and we're talking and having a conversation, but I think there's still a lot to talk about. I think there's, like Mr. Martinez said, we need to go back. We need to look at the fines. We need to, we want the fines. We want to stop the fights. We're not against it at all. I just think that it has to be organized and it has to be done right. We have 4 commissioners up here already that have already said, let's start with one plaza. Let's start where the problem's at. I mean, we're still here discussing the whole zone here.
So, Mr. Muscle, we have 2 weeks between now and the second reading to work on this. All right, so we
We
can,
can approve this whole district tonight, and you can come back for the second reading and we can amend it however we'd like, right? But at the end of the
And for-
day, if the goal is to have the whole city, we can't go shrinking to one parking lot, man. We just can't. I can't
We
do
can't
that.
go shrinking to one area either. I mean, I just don't see it as fair. And I think 4 of the commissioners on the board have said that tonight.
Well, then they'll outvote me.
Can we do 21 and over and then $2,000 fine if they're caught with a minor, and that's 2,000 per minor?
Well, TABC, I'll let you answer if you want, but TABC has their own fines for that. State law has their own fines that we can
ABC's
enforce.
not around.
Right, but the police officers can enforce some of that. When it comes to fines under this one, we are limited to what we're able to find, and so it would be 2,500. But my understanding is, of course, we can arrest those that are serving minors and minors that are drinking, and then we can take them to the DA's office and have the DA prosecute them under those.
So we would
Right.
arrest minors and then arrest,
No, we wouldn't arrest minors. Minors would, MIP, I guess you would. contact the-
17 and older.
Yeah, so you probably could, but they would.
It's against the law for the bartender to serve a minor.
Right, so those are the ones that would receive the higher charge, right?
okay, so so what fine can we implement? Let's get something done today. I know we talked.
2,000 is the highest fine that the city can charge. We have to allege a mental state.
That's good. That takes away what they made
Right.
the whole night.
That is what we are already establishing in the ordinance.
So we do the ID verification, 21 and over, and then the $2,000 fine.
Yes. For health and
In addition
safety
to that, that could be,
issues, and then
that could be
500 for
reported to
others.
TABC. And with so many infractions with TABC, they'll yank your license. So if you're letting minors drink in your establishment and you get caught 3 times with a minor drinking in your establishment, you're not only gonna pay the fines, you're gonna lose your license. So that has to be reported. So if, Brownsville PD does it, or we do it, or Brownsville PD enforces us to do it, we're legally bound to report any minors that come in drink, if there's a fight, if there's anything, we're mandated to report that to TABC in writing. So once you've had 3 infractions in 1 year with TABC, they can yank your license. And that's our goal. I mean, our goal is to make sure that minors are not drinking. No, I think.
But you
we've
guys are
made that clear.
suggesting the fine be $2,000 for a minor drinking, not 500. Because here in the ordinance, Will, it says 500 for all others, 2,000 only for health and safety. Is minor drinking considered safety violation?
And as a gentleman stated, hit them where it hurts. So so they can really understand the severity of this, because we're tired, we're seeing it on social media, it looks bad on us. We genuinely care, we're active. Some of us take phone calls at 12 a.m., 2 in the morning. I know Commissioner De Leon has been out there in the bars at 2 a.m. with, the fire department. And so let's get something done. So 21 and over, $2,000 fine. ID verification implemented here for now. I do think we need to wait on the security officers. I know as Mr. Masso, I really value your input because like you said, you have 3. And what that cost would look like for you. And you see other people getting certain helps and it just seems unfair and unjust. And I don't want to be implementing more onto you that you already have. So, your business has already declined double over this last year. I don't want to be implementing any more additional cost on you because at that point, it's like, why even be in business? So,
Oh, I'm sorry, I was gonna
No,
say,
it's
because to answer Commissioner Villarreal's question, I think the fines right now, the fine scheme is is within the legal limits already. Through the investigation of the police department, if they find that someone in the particular establishment has been selling to a minor, it's actually a Class A misdemeanor. So they can be, receive a punishment of up to 4,000 per minor, per violation, up to a year in jail, or both. And they also could get, a 6-month driver license suspension. So then the fines is at the, which the, I know it's TABC, but the police department is also empowered to enforce this as well. If they find that, then they can then, yes, so it overlaps. Right, it's overlapping. And so, but I guess to answer the question, I think the fines are they're already maxed out.
Okay, Will, one last one. If a bar, if one of those 13 bars closes, can we make sure that one doesn't open up in replace of that one?
You want to have a maximum number?
No. Just so that another, if one closes down, a person's gonna go in there and open up another bar.
Right. So if they, so let's say, just as an example, Mr. Masso? Yeah, let's say Mr. Masso decides to close one of his bars down. I guess you're leasing on your own property. So he decides to sell his property and his business, and somebody else comes in. They would have to comply under this entertainment district. I guess to answer your question, my question would be, are you saying put a restriction of reopening?
No, what he's saying is the Plaza, Sunshine Plaza, has 13 bars. Why do we have so many bars if we don't have enough parking, right? Kind of deal.
And if one, for whatever reason, one shut down, they could not open up another one.
Yeah, on that one, I would defer to planning because I don't know how they calculate the parking ratio to the bars that are currently there. It's possible, right, that they're not eligible for a CO. I just don't, again, I don't know what the parking ratio is and the, so.
Yeah, he already replayed it. So at this time, I'll entertain a motion to close public comment.
So moves.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
That was a public hearing.
We're gonna vote. We're gonna vote right now. Need a motion on this item?
I move to approve
Amended?
as amended.
We have a motion. Do we have a
Second.
second? We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I have discussion really quick. Can I ask that when we bring it back, that it be a public hearing again?
It will be. Well, it should be. We'll put it.
Correct.
Yeah, I think
It
that
shouldn't
would,
be consent, it should be a public.
right, because so many changes, I think that would be a
Thank you.
deal.
Yeah, I think that's.
I have a discussion on it as well.
Sure.
If you're doing 12 to 2, it makes no sense. The fights are after 2 o'clock, so push it to 3. All the fights are at 2:15, 2:20, 2:25. If you stop with the security guard at 2, you're not solving the issue.
I see what you're saying.
And part number 2 is if the security guard can't arrest anybody, we're not going to solve the issue. I just want to leave that on there.
Okay. Yeah, we can modify the time.
I accept that as amended.
As amended, okay.
Any other comments? All right.
Was that with the 3 or no with the 3? Oh, with the 3.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries. Thank you, guys.
Next, we have the board appointments, item number 1. It's the consideration and action on resolution number 2026-003 to appoint or reappoint members to the Park and the Recreation Advisory Committee.
I'm going to push this one.
This is the mayor's appointment
Yeah.
for the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board.
I'm going to push this one to the next meeting. Thank you.
And then for mine, if you can go back, I would like to take out my appointment at Patricia Barrera and appoint Julio Martinez.
Julio Martinez. Okay.
We have a
So there's
motion.
the motion is
Do you have a second?
Second.
And a second, any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Next item is a consideration and action on resolution number 2026-004 to reactivate and appoint members to the Charter Review Committee.
Yeah, so we'll make this really brief. Next slide, we'll skip this. The reason why we're doing this now, not earlier, I know there was a request last year to review the charter. We couldn't do it because the earliest that we could have done it was November 2025, if y'all recall. And for those newly elected, just as a heads up, May of 2025 fell outside of the 2 years that we're allowed to amend it, so we had to wait. We've kept a list, a really good list of requests from commissioners and staff on amendments to the charter. Next slide. And so now we're coming before you all to reactivate the Charter Review Committee. There are two different timelines that we can follow with the committee. I understand this is just to appoint members, but I think the appointment also needs to clarify what exactly we're asking the committee to do. And so if we have a November 2026 election for the charter, this is a synopsis or summary of what it would look like. Please also keep in consideration that if we have it with November 2026, it is outside of our normal election period. But we would be sharing it with the state and county and federal. So the cost of having the election may go down a little bit. And then of course we would canvass by November 10th. The next slide. The other option is to have it May 2027. That actually aligns with our election for regular offices, Mayor at Large A and District 1 and 2. This would also, the only benefit really from having this timeline is we don't have the influence of the midterms and the state elections. But we would have more time to present the amendments to the citizens, right? It gives us more time to educate them. November, having the election in November and the commission meeting, you would be approving the charter amendments that will be going before the voters in August. That leaves us with the remainder of August, September, October, and then you would have your election. And so the plus side is it would allow you, for those elected, to depending on what is presented before the voters, the timeline of when that would be implemented is contingent on when the next election will occur, right? So you wouldn't have to wait until the following election. And that will make sense in just a little bit. Next slide. So the resolution that we will be appointing members to the Charter Review Committee would be asking them to study and present recommendations on compensation for mayor and city commission under Section 13. It would also be to make amendments to the Audit and Oversight Committee. Bless you. Campaign finance, I know that was a request when the campaign finance was adopted as an ordinance to codify it as part of the charter. And another request was disciplinary provisions for city commission members, if there's any required. And then, of course, removing the archaic, technical, and other amendments that are required to bring the charter into compliance. We would be asking the committee to have 4 public hearings. At least 2 of those locations would need to be throughout the city to solicit feedback. If you have the election in November, they would have to make the final recommendation to you all before Monday, August 17th. So we're looking at early August, maybe late July, because you would have to call the election by August 17th. So it would probably be the meeting before that. If you have it May 2027, you would be receiving the report and final recommendation probably January, early February, because you would have to call the election for that special election for the charter amendments. As all committees, they serve at the pleasure of the commission. Each one of you all would have an appointment, and they would be subject to all the applicable ethics rules of the chapter 38 as well. And once, like the prior committee, once the election is complete, their business is done, and we wouldn't have to reactivate them until the next time that y'all decide to amend the charter. Next slide. As a reminder, these are the individuals that served in the 2023 Charter Amendment Review Committee. And I believe a few of them were also on the 2021 Charter Review Committee. So we just put this here as a refresher of who was appointed to each position. Next slide. And these are the current applicants we have for the application. Of course, you can appoint individuals that are outside of these applicants if you have spoken to them. Any questions?
At what point do we need to decide that the time frames?
That could be something that's recommended by the Charter Review Committee or decided by the commission. But if we're going to have it, if we could know by February when we start meeting, that way we can start the process and having them. It goes from a situation of where like last time we had a few months, we met every week until they made the recommendation. We won't meet that much, but instead of monthly, if it's 2027, we probably would meet maybe twice a month. So it would be good to know by February so that we can plan logistically also with the city secretary's office, because we have to work with the county in getting the application, the contract for services.
Thank you.
I'll have to postpone my appointment until next session.
I am as well.
Yeah, that's fine. We wanted to bring this forward to you all so that you can start considering it. We didn't anticipate the Charter Review Committee meeting until February anyways.
Can I appoint somebody if I'm ready?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go ahead and appoint Daniel Salinas.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carried.
I'll postpone mine to the 20th.
Anyone else?
I'll postpone mine as well. Thank you.
Commissioners? Commissioner Delgado? Are you going to appoint?
Commissioner?
I'm gonna hold mine.
Okay, so we're good.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you all.
Next item is item number 3. It is a consideration in action on resolution number 2026-005 to appoint or reappoint members to the Brownsville, for the Brownsville Beautification Committee.
Good evening, Mayor and City Commissioners. So I'm here to present on behalf of the Brownsville Beautification Committee an assignment for a vacant position designated by Commissioner Galansky.
And I will appoint Susan Gutierrez.
Thank you so much.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Thank you.
Next item is item number 4. It is the consideration and action on resolution number 2026-006, and also the resolution number 2026-007 to appoint or reappoint members to the Building and Standards Commission and the Board of Adjustment.
Good evening, Mayor, City Commissioners. We have one vacancy for an alternate member. Mr. Melendez resigned almost automatically when he was appointed.
So we can appoint one as a whole. Can I appoint Gilbert Rodriguez?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Thank you.
May we enter into executive session, Mayor?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Thank you. The City Commission will enter into executive session at 9:55 p.m. for the following items. The item number 7 is one item under 551.071. Then the first item under the executive session is pursuant to section 551.071 related to the Fiber Enterprise Fund and Project. Item 2 is the closed session pursuant to the Texas Government Code 551.071 and .072 in related to Project Quantum. Item 3 is closed session pursuant to 551.071 and .072 related to Project Safeguard. We are closed session at this time. Mayor, may we reconvene from executive session?
Yes, ma'am.
The time is 10:48 PM. The city commissioners are reconvened back into open session. Are there any possible action from executive session?
Yes.
Perfect. You want to start with the public hearing, item number 6?
I believe the public comment's still open on this one, right?
Correct.
Correct. We would need to leave them open or close them.
So,
Move
is there
to
anyone
close.
here? Yeah, move to close. Second, any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes carry, ayes have it.
Move to deny.
Second.
All right, motion, second, any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
The next possible action is to regards to the Fiber Enterprise Fund and project.
A move to proceed as discussed.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Adjournment?
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Be adjourned, everyone.
We are adjourned at 10:49 PM. Good night.